Anybody there? Anybody alive? Anybody awake? Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome in. Right, let's hope, fingers crossed, let's hope everything works today. I have done the one thing a streamer should never do this morning, and that is update OBS, press go live. Should never do that. So if we have some technical issues this morning, it was, who was here first? It was Derpalicious's fault. That's who it was. It wasn't my fault. But welcome in, boys and girls. Good morning to you. It's been a few days. It's been a few days. I don't like taking extra days off unless I need to. But yesterday I was stuck in a dentist chair. And I don't like the dentist. And I had a furious headache after the dentist. So, yeah. Let's hopefully we can not do that again for a while. But today, I want to get the Mage to 25 today. I want to get profession number 2 rocking and rolling on my Hunter. And maybe even consider where we go next. I think just getting to 25 is going to keep me quite busy though, because with 3 levels to go, let's say an hour per level, even if we hit a spot that works well. An hour per level, we might get the Mage to 25 today. She's close. She's getting there. She's well equipped for healing though now. That's the bonus. And she's repping the brand. Repping the brand there. The stretched goblin face. It's all good. It's all good. Let's check some auctions real quickly. Let's get some stuff put back on the auction house. I've been slacking on my auction house for the last few days. I've been slacking in general is the honest answer. It's getting far too close for Christmas. Who else is in the Christmas spirit though? It's starting to kick in for me. I find it usually quite difficult to get into the Christmas mood. Don't you have a designated bank character yet? Well, I kind of sort of should possibly. I don't because of the hour to transfer things. But you're right, I should just craft a bunch of stuff, send it to a bank character. You're absolutely right. I should. I just don't. Equally, there's a weird scenario that a lot of stuff that was selling initially was so margin skinny that I didn't want the mail fees. But slacking on Discord ping. I am slacking on Discord ping. I was waiting for my coffee to do coffee things, but you are absolutely spot on. You are absolutely spot on. Mage to 25 today. Let's make it happen. Boom. I really should automate these Discord pings, but I don't know why. I don't know why I choose to do it manually. I like to think it has even the slightest bit more of a personal touch, even though it totally doesn't. I'm thinking more for just freeing up the bag space. Well, I mean, it doesn't make too much difference in terms of bag space, to be honest. It's I'm still going to end up with crafting materials, and I'm still going to end up with all sorts of stuff on these characters anyway. So, bag space is never going to be good. Although the fact that we fit everything into one bag space tells me, why have I got like 12 pairs? Oh no, they're all the same model. They're all the same icon, even though they're different icons. Okay. It probably means we need to do a recraft. I guess that's not going to work unless I can get my hands on some cheap leather, though. Leather's been doing a madness the last couple of days. I don't know what's going on with it. I was looking at the price of leather scraps the other day, and it was ludicrous. Rune leather scraps. Are we starting to see the inflation kick in? Are we starting to see the fact that there are people able to sell basic materials for more because less people are actually leveling and farming them up now? Are we getting to that point where the natural curve is kicking in, where people are hitting level 25 and they're doing their end game stuff and they're not thinking about picking up the basic stuff anymore? Or are they just leaving it 100% in the hands of the bots? That's equally possible, because there seems to be an odd situation going on that basic materials are getting more expensive, but the top end material, everything's getting squished. The price of everything's getting squished. But this is what I would consider outrageous prices for these materials based upon what it has been. Although if I go by market values, it's not far off. Well, no, it definitely is. That's 50% higher than the market value. TSM's just not updated very regularly. Yeah, basic materials are going up and the top end materials are going down. Let's press the button though. Let's see what we need to make. Let's clear that. Let's do it again. Right, gathering, go. Do it again. Wow, that's a bigger list than I expected it to be. Sure. Do we... I really need more gold. I really should go out and farm some items and farm some gold, you know. Crafting is not lucrative enough at this scale. Right, let's do it anyway. It's a nice casual way to start the stream. Get my brain back in Warcraft mode. A bank character, though, is a smart move. I think once we start making more professions, it will be the way to go, as I don't think expanding my bag space or my bank space even on a main character is that useful, but expanding it all on one character where I can store everything, probably better. What do you think is better for crafting cost in Season of Discovery, DB Recent or DB Market? Been playing with both, but can't make my mind up. DB Recent is probably better currently, due to the fact that DB Market is a 14-day average. The game's still moving too fast for a 14-day average to really be worthwhile. What's my dog doing? DB Recent is... It does the same as what DB Market does, but it takes the snapshot of only the current... only... How do I phrase this? Honestly, I can't remember, but DB Recent is like the one you probably should be using. DB Market is going to be too much of an average. As long I mean, you could use it in some places, but just not everywhere. DB Recent for fast moving items, possibly. But DB Market's still probably quite unreliable for crafted stuff, just due to, you know, it needs 14 days of data. It's still going to be taking into consideration stuff that happened like way over a week ago. The speed in which stuff changes in the early days means that DB Market is rarely very good. It's why they made DB Recent. But DB Recent also suffers from the fact it sometimes gets caught out. You know, it sometimes gets caught out by something being reset or something spiking in price. So there's problems with both. Spider silk. We need 2 of these. Why do we need 2 of these? Who knows? But we'll buy the cheap ones. Item not found. Item not found. Item not found. Item not found. This is the problem with TSM searches. Item not found. There we go. Perfect deviate scale. 10 of these, presumably to make another belt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Black whelp scale. 11, 1 stack of 10. Is there a 1 somewhere, even if it's at a premium? Yes, please. Cured medium hide. 3. Stack of 20. No thanks. I wonder how many people get caught out by stuff like that, accidentally buying the wrong stack sizes. Especially those retail Andes that are not used to this sort of stuff. Whoa, what the hell's going on with deviate scale on its regular? Ouch! Okay, it's fine. 18. Let's just buy the stack of 20. Go. Elemental Earth. Just 1. That was very expensive. Elixir of Defense. 2. Fine leather gloves. Are these below crafting cost? No. So why is it telling us to buy them when they're not below crafting cart? My TSM settings are still a bit funky dunky. I need to play with it a touch. Are these just leathers now? These are just leathers. Light hide. Surely I don't need more light hide. Oh no, I actually do. And it's gone up in value massively. Wow. Wow. Okay. Somebody's done a reset on those. I think it's a snapshot of the last TSM update, like 2 hours or something. Yeah, it's basically a snapshot of what TSM sees now. It doesn't take into consideration a long time at all. So, I mean, what the smart thing to do is actually use a combination of both. Use DB market as like your foundation price, and then adjust it based upon what DB recent is. I'll leave you to think up some smart maths on how to do that. But using both in combination is probably quite smart.
So if you want to haggle, then go find a goblin.
Course thread 1, 2, 3, and then 20. Running out of bag space. Find thread 11. And a grey dye. Hang on, we need 10 salt. Are we out of bag space? Flipping out. Dear Lord, we're out of bag space.
Have a good one.
We'll fix it this way. We'll upscale a few bits and pieces. Let's make some of this. Yeah, I'd quite like to get my professions more in order. I've spent way too much time messing around playing and leveling characters. Now that we're about to get our second level 25, I think it's time to sort of switch over to the professions a little bit more. Mostly because I don't want to start any new big projects, simply because Christmas is like round the corner. And I know categorically that I'm not going to get much time to play video games over Christmas, if at all, because all my family is going to be here. I can't quite easily say, oh yeah, by the way, I'm off to play World of Warcraft for 5 hours. That might not necessarily work. I might get a few unhappy visitors if I start doing that. I think Blizzard's done something with the crafting in Dragonflight. My computer is not melting down crafting leatherworking agents anymore. It'd be nice if they had. There was a memory leak from the very beginning of the expansion, which hopefully, if they clearly knew about it because they were told about it many times. But hopefully, if they've done something to address that, they've made a few more optimizations behind the scenes as well. It would be nice if you're mass crafting, your computer doesn't melt. It didn't really make sense why that was happening in the first place, but...
I sell only the best gear, tested and true. And the prices are set. So if you want to haggle, then go find a goblin.
What if we are a goblin? What if we are? Right, there we go. There's the last thing we need there. Move this task list out of the way. Craft a bunch of stuff. Oh, you want to make all the medium leather now? I don't think we got enough for all of that. How do you find profitable crafting? Everything is negative profit from my perspective through TSM. Trade Skill Master is difficult because Trade Skill Master, to my understanding, still doesn't fully take into consideration multi-craft and resourcefulness. Truth be told, if you want to really find what is more potential, and a big word here, potentially profitable, you can use Craft Sim. Craft Sim does take into consideration your resourcefulness and your multi-craft, but that does mean sometimes when it tells you something is profitable, it means that you might have to craft a lot of it to get to that perfect average. So TSM and Craft Sim kind of do two different things. TSM tells you how much is it going to cost you to craft something, and if the selling price is less than that crafting cost, it's going to tell you there's no profit. Whereas Craft Sim says, okay, well, if you craft it enough times, your multi-craft and your resourcefulness will give you this much extra and this much back, but you might have to craft in quite a big quantity to play the RN Jesus game and actually get to those average numbers. So you kind of want to look at both, if I'm honest. TSM is far more... the way TSM presents its data now is far more safe. If it says it's profitable in TSM, it probably really is. Whereas Craft Sim tries to do a lot more maths and give you far more accurate information, but it is at the caveat that you might need to craft 50, 100, 200, 250, 500 of those items before you get to that average price. And if you craft in small batches, you might just not be lucky still. That's just kind of how crafting works now. You either, if you want to craft small, you've got to be on the right side of good luck. If you're going to craft in mass quantity, then you can play the law of averages in your favor, and it all balances out eventually. But the honest answer is that it's very difficult now. It's very, very difficult now. If you're going to be crafting anything that goes on the region-wide auction house, profit is very, very difficult. And you really have to pay 100% attention to what you're doing. This is why TSM's not really been that functional for retail, I don't think, this expansion, because you personally have to pay a lot more attention to what's going on. There's less stuff that you can hand off to an add-on to kind of do for you. You kind of need to be paying a lot more attention. You need to make sure that you have the right profession tools equipped, because if you have your resourcefulness tool equipped when you should have your multi-craft tool equipped, your results are going to be wildly different. So you've really got to pay a lot more close attention now. If you're referring to Season of Discovery, though, the likelihood is that with crafting there is only going to be one or two things that is profitable. It's based upon what people buy. Like honestly, everybody's leveled up their professions, and a lot of people will try and craft a bunch of everything and post it. The vast majority of it, though, probably won't be listed at a profitable price. People will have crafted it to level up their professions, and now they're trying to sell it. You can trust TSM a little bit more when it says what's profitable and what's not in Season of Discovery, because we don't have the random nature of... We don't have the randomness of multi-craft and resourcefulness like in retail, but don't expect more than one or two things on your list to actually be profitable. And they will only be profitable at the right time, I would imagine. This is just the art of crafting, right? It's a numbers game. It's a timing game. And it's, you need to be able to be in a position where you can react to something that happens before it happens, in a way. Because by the time you open your profession and you say, right, let's take a look at leatherworking, and we look down the line of leatherworking, hang on, my bars are all skew with. If you look down the list of leatherworking, all of a sudden you'll see some things are profitable, some things are not. Honest truth is by the time you look at this and by the time you do something about it, by the time you buy some more materials and go to list it, it could have all changed. So yeah, the TLDR is just be careful. Don't use an add-on to do things for you until you know how to do it yourself manually. The add-on is just there to make repetitive tasks easier. What do you think about crafters being able to use their own crests to sell gear? I've been an advocate for that since day one. I think that should be... I think crafters in retail, now I probably have to start specifying what I'm talking about a little bit more, don't I? I think with retail, crafters should have had the ability to make base versions of all of the gear. and should have been able to post base versions of the gear. They should have been able to craft them ahead of time. They should have been able to set a price for them, and they should have been able to put them on the regular auction house. Base versions of the item. I'm not talking about fully leveled up max mythic level ones, just base versions of the items, so that somebody can come along and they can buy that base version of the item. And then they can use that base version of the item, or they can take it straight to a crafter and say, okay, I want this, but I want this item. Here's the item, but can you now put on my, can you put on my enchanted crest? Can you make this mythic level? Can you make this heroic level? I was an advocate for that since day one, and I still find it surprising that Blizzard didn't go that route. But I think it's mostly because I think, and I like, this could be huffing the hopium really heavily here, but I do kind of hope that sort of thing will come in the new expansion, because in Dragonflight, they really wanted to sell work orders and what work orders are all about. This is why I feel that most of the stuff was put to bind on pickup, so that you had to interface with the work order system. You had no other choice. You had to go, you had to find somebody via a work order to get that piece of gear. No options. Now, though, that everybody's had the system, or will have had the system for probably almost 2 years by the time the new expansion comes out, it makes a lot more sense for me that they ease up the restrictions a little bit, give crafters a little bit more flexibility to make the base items, sell the base items. Somebody can come along, just like they did with Shadowlands Legendaries, and they can buy that base item, but then they can have that item improved, recrafted, using the sort of secondary system to work orders. I think they'll dive a bit deeper into recrafting, I think, but or at least I hope. This is my wishes and my plans for the next expansion. If they're going to keep the work order system, if we're going to keep the new version of the crafting system, I think there needs to be a little bit more flexibility, because at the moment it's very lopsided. Very, very lopsided. It seems so odd to put so much time and effort into leveling up the professions, then all you have on your list is a massive, great big list of bind on pickup stuff. You have huge amounts of bind on pickup stuff where you need to find your customer before you can press the craft button even. Or your alternative is you have stuff that goes on the region-wide auction house, which is like 0 to negative margin half the time. So it kind of, for people who enjoy crafting and want to level up the professions, you very quickly look at it and go, this is a lot of hard work for not a lot return, Blizzard might want to go the route, theoretically, they might want to go the route of having people spamming trade chat to find people, but I cannot, if I put my hand on my heart, I cannot believe that from a game developer perspective, they would be happy with that. That seems like such a backward step, based upon what we know Blizzard does with everything in retail, and it is that they systemize the fuck out of everything, right? Everything has a system. Bloody the new legendary has a bad luck protection system attached to it that I don't really think needed to. But the point is that Blizzard have to systemize everything. So then to have, oh yeah, by the way, to get your piece of gear, you have to spam in trade chat to find a crafter, doesn't feel very systemized. Blizzard should use this need to systemize everything to their advantage, and they should make something for a yellow pages of crafters per se, a directory of crafters that people can say, oh, okay, this dude knows this, he's crafted it a bunch of times, and heck, look, some people may disagree with this, but turn it into like the Airbnb of crafters, right? Give me the Uber of crafters. Have your 5-star ratings, like do whatever you need to do to propel crafters who do it and do it well. Give them an advantage for putting more time and effort into doing it. That was the theory of, how do we say this? Like they wanted to make a blacksmith feel like a blacksmith, right? That was a decision, that was a choice, that was an avenue of gameplay that they wanted to go down. They wanted to be their guild or their friends or their servers, like best in slot blacksmith. And it's very difficult to differentiate yourself now when every other blacksmith on your realm has exactly the same patterns, has exactly the same skill as you. There is nothing to differentiate you other than maybe you have 1 or 2 recipes that the other person doesn't have, but that's about it, really. Who is this? Pumba with the 12 months! With the year. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Good morning to you. It turned a lot into watching trade and whoever had the quickest fingers first. Yeah, it was an avenue of gameplay that I did not gel with. I think it's, well, I've shared my opinions on what I think about the work order system as it stands right now. The work order system, there's nothing wrong with it. The work order system works fine. The problem is that it needs a proper UX designer on it. Right? Blizzard needs to hire a really good UX designer to create a nice interface that just makes it look good and feel good. Because spamming trade chat doesn't feel good. It feels 2006 when it shouldn't be 2006, you know? That's my take, at least. In an environment where it fits, spamming trade chat works. This is why, you know, we're playing Classic. Spamming trade chat to find groups and stuff kind of works. Because it's Classic. It's rudimentary. It's basic. It is that way by design. It doesn't fit right in retail. Like, you can press a button and you can get automatically grouped up with a bunch of people, either to run a dungeon or to go run a raid. And that's been a thing in retail forever and a day. Yet you want a piece of gear crafted, you all of a sudden have to spam for hours in trade chat, hoping that the right person is there at the right time, that they're on your server, that they're not busy doing something else. It's so rudimentary and just basic, it just doesn't make sense to me. So hopefully we'll see some changes in the new expansion. I'm really keen, and I really hope I can get access to the alpha. I don't have the best or strongest relationship with Blizzard directly, meaning I have to pull in favors to get access to alphas and stuff. It was convenient for me and fortunate for me that I knew a Blizzard employee going into Dragonflight who was able to get me the alpha. They no longer work for Blizzard, so I might need to find some other route to steal myself access to an alpha for the new expansion, because I want to be on top of this as fast as possible. I want to be able to be in a position as soon as humanly possible to give feedback, to hopefully shout loud enough that some of it might be heard. I could do with some streamer privilege, that's for sure. You want alpha, isn't it part of the epic expansion? No, that's the beta. The beta will come after. The alpha is where I think it matters, because that's the early. That's still early enough a development stage for things to potentially happen. This is a lot of medium leather. I'm not sure I need this much medium leather, but I'm going to buy it all. That was quite some amount of medium leather there. I probably need more light leather, don't I? Or is it telling me to buy a lot? It's telling me to buy a lot of light leather to turn it into medium leather. Well, I've already fixed that problem. A heavy hide. There should be a profession streamer testing alpha. There should be content creators focused on all aspects of it, in my opinion. whilst a lot of the time content creators often will only try and put forward suggestions and feedback that directly benefits them as a player, no problem realistically in doing that. It often then means I feel that Blizzard look at a lot of the feedback they get and are just like, nah. Because obviously Blizzard is trying to make the game for everybody. It's super easy to suggest changes that benefit you, but without looking at the overall of the, well, just because it benefits you doesn't mean it's actually better for the game. It's better for you, but it may not be better for the game. This is why I've maintained the opinion that Shadowlands legendaries were fantastic for goblins. Shadowlands, when they're legendaries, was absolutely fantastic for players who were sweaty and wanted to sit at the auction house all day. But for the overall player base, Shadowlands legendaries were horrible. Absolutely disgusting. Just because you had to replace them so very frequently. They were so goddamn expensive. In that regard, it just wasn't a good system. It was a Kingmaker system that shouldn't have been a Kingmaker system, but was a Kingmaker system because the only stepping stone they put in front of people was gold. And so those that had a lot of gold had a huge, monstrous advantage. An advantage that maybe shouldn't have been as strong as it was. So even though, but if you ask any goblin that made tens of millions of gold out of Shadowlands legendaries, they'd have told you it was the best thing since sliced bread, right? Nobody complains about anything when they can make lots of profit from it. But every time you make profit from something, this is why you've also got to be careful not to be super greedy. I see far too many goblins trying to be way too greedy. You want to make a small profit on crafting and selling something, and that profit needs to be justified by the fact that you have the recipe and you took the time and the effort to make it, somebody else didn't. If you start making 100, 200, 300% profits on stuff, it gets ridiculous. Shadowlands Legendaries was the best thing since fire. Yeah, man created fire, and then he made Shadowlands Legendaries, yeah. Hella broken. The entire expansion, so broken. Fun from a goblin perspective, but so broken. Or should I say fun in hindsight. The irony for me about Shadowlands is the thing I enjoyed more than anything else was the early research, right? Figuring out how you had to do shit, what did we need to do. We were going into patch, I think Zereth Mortis. I want to say Zereth Mortis was probably the zone I tested more than any other zone I think I've ever tested. Simply because I wanted to know categorically how long was it going to take me to get those rank 7 patterns? When were people likely to be able to get those rank 7 patterns? What were going to be the stumbling blocks for people getting them? What were progenitor? What was it called? Pog Essence. We coined it eventually, but progenitor essentia. How were people going to get that? How many were people going to be able to get of that? What was that going to be worth? That was available from day one when the crafting recipes were delayed by 2 weeks. All of that was super, super fun to try and figure out and break down and work out to gain your advantage. Meaning that when they launched, you could have had the knowledge already to just attack, right? I vaguely remember, well, I don't vaguely remember, I fondly remember doing quite literally millions of gold per hour during the height of rank 7 legendary craze. It was bonkers. Actually bonkers. What are we still missing? More heavy leather. Do we genuinely need more leather? Okay. We need heavy leather, but it's telling me to buy it from the auction house. I've just bought all of that leather really cheap. I don't think we need to. This is where I disagree with TSM sometimes. In Shadowlands, I made 2 million just by selling arboreal shards. That was always really fun. Just little silly things like that gave people opportunities, though. These are opportunities that you don't actually always see in retail so much now. The fact that if you were to buy your arboreal shards from the correct vendor, you'd get them at 100 gold apiece. If you were to stand in Oribos and be lazy, you had to pay 125 gold apiece. Which doesn't seem like a lot, but in the quantity that you were buying them was bananas. I think in one patch alone, I spent over 30 million gold just on arboreal shards. Which is just ridiculous. Absolutely crazy amount of gold. And let's not forget, that's 30 million gold out the game. Poof, see you later, because you're giving it to a vendor. It takes it out of the game. That's why vendors exist. Vendors are one of the biggest gold sinks in a game after the auction house. What about the mission tables and the 20 alts farming gold? Honestly, I think that was good for the game. I'm in a way, I'm kind of disappointed that they've taken the mission table out completely. I kind of called it, but like the mission tables were something that allowed players who didn't want to heavily interact with other, more competitive PvP-esque markets such as crafting. It was a stepping stone, right? And it wasn't necessarily a stepping stone, it was a sideward step for people, right? You could go out and you could do some gathering and you could make a few thousand gold an hour, or you could invest a bit of time up front to leveling a character and getting their mission table in order, but then that character would be provided a drip feed of resources and pet charms and even gold as a sort of right, you put the effort in, this is your reward. It's just like a drip feed of steady, quick and easy gold access. But obviously you had to scale it to get it to like actually be valuable, right? You had to have 10, 20 characters doing the mission table before it was really worth your time. Doing 2 or 3 characters, you'd do 2 or 3 characters for some pocket money, but it wasn't going to really amount to much. That's kind of where I think the game is lacking. The game is lacking at the moment. Retail is lacking with that kind of middle ground, right? You got dumb basic stuff, dragon races, super basic stuff that gives you very little with no consistent return on your effort. Your effort gets you this. And if you want that again, you have to put the same amount of effort in again. There's no variable in that, right? Time in equals gold out. And it's a very simple formula, right? You fly out, you have 10 dragon races on your map. If you go do them all, you'll have 5,000 gold. And it will take you practically the same time to do it every time. 3 days later, you can do it all again. That sort of thing is very, very basic, very rudimentary. The game obviously needs that step. It needs the bare basics, but there's nothing above that. This is the problem. It jumps straight from there to expertise level, professions. There's nothing in the middle. There's nothing in the middle, and there's a huge void. And this is why retail feels so weird from a goal-making perspective right now, because there's a massive void from the very basics. They need a couple of steps up, and then you can have, you need things in between very, very basic and something that's super mathy and super sweaty. There's a big delta that needs filling. Once they fix that, though, and if they can they definitely can fix that, by the way. Once they fix that, once they make a few slight tweaks to the system overall, that delta will disappear and there'll be a few more options in the middle, and it'll be a lot smoother for everybody involved, I think. Why is light leather so goddamn expensive? I've been paying like a fraction of this for light leather recently. I wonder if this is the case. Even all the bots have stopped farming light leather now. 6, 12, 18. It's not even worth buying ruined leather scraps and converting it up. Light leather's just expensive. That's gross. It's actually gross. Wow. Okay. I don't know how much of this I need. Enough to make my crafts and then we'll move on. This was meant to be a quick and easy recraft and I've got way distracted. Way distracted. As always is the case. This is why I never get anything done in game. I spend far too much time just, you know, verbal diarrhea. I wonder if they'll keep dragon racing world quests into the next expansion. Well, they're a really solid... They serve a strong purpose, right? The problem will be is that by the next expansion, the novelty of them will have worn off. Just like I don't suspect we will see... I don't suspect we will see like the rock climbing or the raft or, you know, the Dragon Scale Expedition world quests. I don't think we'll see much of that following forward. I equally, it's 50-50, right? We might see dragon racing continue. The fact that they're pushing dragon racing into the, they're going to call it dynamic flight, aren't they? Dynamic flying will be available via all zones in the game, so there's a strong chance that we'll continue to see some races. But just like Torghast, just like Island Expeditions, the Dragon races feel like they were an expansion level feature, not one that is to be carried over. Blizzard themselves have come forward and said that they often will make content with a finite expiry date, right? They will make content that is designed for a period of time and then it will cease to exist. You can still go do it, but only in the context of when it was, you know, meant to be. You can still go run Torghast now. You can still do Island Expeditions now, but they're still BFA themed. It's still Shadowlands themed. They've not brought it forward. I think they'll probably do the same with Dragon Races, to be honest. I still do islands for the doubloons and the transmog. They sell nicely and for a good price. Yeah, the fact that you can solo islands is a really good thing, I think. It's one of those side activities, those side hustles. You're not going to spend all day, every day doing it, but you are right. Some of the more difficult to acquire transmog from there does still have a strong value to it. Some of the actual transmog appearances are like S tier level transmog. So there is still some reason for sure to be doing it. Let's post a bunch of what we've got. I'm paying so little attention to what I'm doing right here. Let me quickly get this stuff listed. I feel bad for my little hunter, you know. I've not played on my hunter for a few days. The mage is kind of overtaken a touch. Mage is overtaken. My heavy armor kits are selling. Okay. Way too many materials still left in my bags, but that's fine. We bought it at what I consider to be a good price for it anyway. Sub 2 silver for a heavy leather is pretty good. Medium leather is pretty good. Right, let's go play Mage. Let's go do some Mage things. Where are we? We're level 22 and we're chilling in Stormwind. I need to find a spot that's not overly crowded to do some AoE farming. Bags are looking pretty healthy. Vendor sell price 24 silver, 32 silver up on the auction house. Disenchant value of 9 to 20 silver. Wow, okay. Disenchant values are dipping below vendor values. Sheesh. That's not what you'd expect. Few bits of gold. Yoink. I need silk, and I need silk in an absolute abundance if I want to get any further with tailoring. Haha, 420 gold. Lol. Let's clean our bags as much as we can, and then we'll move on. Southeast Westland Knolls. Southeast, northeast, southeast Wetland Knolls. Yeah, that's not a bad call. That's not a bad call. Down here somewhere. Yeah, there's a couple of camps down here, isn't it? They're going to give me both. That at this level, it should also start dropping me silk. And at level 22 should start to be manageable. I've always thought wetlands was a 1 or 2, was a 23 plus, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, that might work. What is silk going for right now? Holy smokeroonies. Silk is still expensive. You must repair it first. Oh, flip it now. Flip it now. I might finish off this level over in Westfall. That seems to be... because the mobs should still be easier to kill. I'm still... actually, going to Westfall as well means that once I've finished in Westfall, I can sneaky over to... what's it called? Duskwood? Sneaky over to Duskwood, because I also think over... no, where has it gone? I believe in the crypt down... I need... there's the mass regeneration, mass regen rune. I still need... and I think that comes from there as well. Before I get my... in fact, I'm level 22. Aren't there some... I'm quite sure there's a bunch of skills I should have picked up. Available now. Dampened magic, boo hiss, nobody cares. Slow fall, nobody cares. Detect magic, amplify magic, nobody cares. Teleport iron forge, yes please. Arcane explosion rank 2, conjure food rank 3, scorch rank 1. 24 we get arcane missiles. Yeah, I need conjure food and I need arcane explosion rank 2. Okay, let's go do some training real quick then. New to WoW, am I supposed to use plus fire spell damage over main stat on my gear? Like plus 11 fire spell damage versus plus 5 int 5 spirit. Main stat is usually better because main stat has multiple benefits. Plus fire damage does just that. It just does more fire damage. So usually... this is not a blanket rule, but usually your main stat is the one that you should prioritize. What the ratio is, there usually is a ratio. You know, if you can get twice as many plus damage as you can get main stat, then maybe it's more worthwhile. But this is where class guides and stuff can tell you the exact ins and outs. But the general rule is, if you're a caster in any form, intellect is your main one. You want to prioritize intellect over most other things. If you are like a rogue or a hunter, you're probably looking at agility. You're looking at strength if you're like a warrior or something like that. Main stat is usually the preferred. It's hence why it's called the main stat. But if you can get, like I said, it's not totally black and white. This is why some people who are good at numbers can tell you for definite, but generally speaking, main stat is your main stat. Dog, what are you doing? Apple. Food. Oi, what's going on? What's going on? What are you scratching for? No scratching. No scratching, please. Are you actually kidding me? I'm going to kill this dog. Pupple! No scratching. Scratching the shit out the floor. He ducked down behind chat. I forget with this green screen mode at the moment that there's that I can walk off into the background and it will still track me, but it cuts everything else out. I forget I'm not on regular camera.
Well, greetings, Mage. Shall I provide you with
Oh, welcome
further
in, Tammy.
insight
Good
into
morning
the
to
world
you.
of magic?
What was the one I actually wanted? Arcane Explosion. 27 silver. Sheesh. What does this? 120 mana a cast. Jesus, that's very expensive. 57 to 63 arcane damage. Okay, it's quite significantly more arcane damage though, isn't it? And Conjure Food rank 3.
Safe travels.
Arcane Explosion. Conjure Food rank 3. Get us some bread. Stack up on some food. See you later, mana bar. My dog does the scratching thing when his paws have salt or slush between the toes. Could just be itchy. I'm not quite sure why my dog started doing quite a lot of scratching recently, and I'm not too sure why. That could be part of it. I've cut her claws. I've checked the pads on the bottom of her feet. Everything seems to be fine.
Hey there.
Maybe I need a dog psychologist or something. I'm not sure why. She's absolutely scratched the fuck out of the... In our bedroom, we have wooden floors. They're just nicely sanded floorboards that have been painted. She's scratched the absolute living fuck out of one of the corners of the floor. But, you know, life of having pets, right? Do we want to up our Fire Blast? I suppose I do use it occasionally. Although, I'm not even sure I can be bothered. Scorch the enemy for a bunch of damage. I don't need any of this. I'm not going fire. Is it still possible that you can Scorch on the move? It's a 1.5 second cast, but can you still cast Scorch on the move? Wasn't that always the bonus of Scorch? I don't know. I can't remember. Frost Ward, absorb a bunch of frost damage. I don't know if I need that particularly. I'm not going to spend the cost on it right now. That's fine. Yeah, nicely sanded. Not anymore. You're very right. Quite rough around the edges now. Do I need to... In fact, does the portal trainer here in Stormwind teach me the portal to Ironforge? Is that a thing? Master Mage, Librarian, Portal Trainer. Or do I have to go to Ironforge and find the...
one of a select group that can conjure a portal to transport you back to this very place. I
Yeah.
can teach you if you are ready.
Okay, I need to go to Ironforge then to get that. Okay. It's kind of handy though, not going to lie. I now have my... Not that I've utilised this much at all yet. My Hearthstone is set to Astronar, so that we can get quick and easy zooms over for if we want to do the PvP event or whatever, or even obviously to head off to raid or whatever. And I use my teleport back to Stormwind. That's kind of what I've been doing. It works so far. Should we go get the Ironforge portal? Go get the Ironforge portal. Is it still quicker to take the tram to Ironforge? Or is it easier just to fly? Obviously the tram is free. Because I'm a cheapskate. Professional gold goblin, right? Not wanting to pay flight fees. I hate waiting for the damn tram, though. I always miss it. Maybe flying there is just easier. I'm assuming at level 25 they're the only 2 teleportation zones we're going to get, aren't we? Stormwind and Ironforge. We're not going to get anything else.
Where is it you would like to go, lass? For just a few coin, my griffin.
Oh, it's only 45 copper to Ironforge. That's fine. I'll pay that tax. That tax is fine. I'm undecided what I'm going to do with this mage. Obviously, I've spec'd into, for leveling at least, I've gone the... Where's the... We've gone the arcane route and the healer route. I did kind of want to have a pure DPS class, so my hunter, as my main, but I wanted this mage to probably be the if I need to heal healer. And then I want an if I need to tank. That's risky because as soon as you start having access to a tank, then you might not get to play your main DPS all that often because people always want tanks for some reason. But I kind of wanted to put myself in a position where I can fulfill any role if needs be, sort of thing. Without and giving myself the option to play. And it doubles up, right? Because I want 3 characters because I want to mess around with as many of the professions as possible, really. That's probably going to be my end goal. Get some top level characters, get their professions in order, use them to make a bit of coin. It does mean we need to make quite a lot of coin because if we want to pay for like all of them to get their riding skill in phase 2. But I think this is a more this is going to work quite well for doing some just basic healing. Specking into wands nice and early. I was lucky in Dead Mine. I don't know if it's lucky, but I got Cookie's Stirring Rod from Dead Mines. So this is a pretty solid, because it's fast as well. It's like boom, 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 boom. It's nice and fast. Cookie's Stirring Rod. Arcane damage, meaning I can use it for healing as well quite nicely. I've heard that mage healers have real mana problems at the beginning. So this is why I was thought that, well, if we do more wand action, then we can spend mana only when we absolutely need to. Maybe, you know, most of our mana will get spent on things like regeneration for when we absolutely must heal somebody that instant and to put beacons on people. And then everything else, we just stand back. Do less DPS, sure, but we stand back and we just tap things with our wand. Next couple of points, I think, are going to go into improved arcane explosion. How many points have I spent? 5, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I've got 3 more points available to me, right? Is that... Do we get 16 in this first phase? Which would be 3 of 3 in improved arcane explosion. Although we do unlock this row. Improved mana shield decreases the mana lost per point of damage taken. Well, your best option is just not to take damage, right? Improved counterspell. That's a PvP thing. Gives your counterspell a 50% chance to silence the target. Not strictly a PvP thing, but you're not going to use that too much in PvE. so it's a PvP thing. Arcane Meditation allows for 5% of your mana regen to continue whilst casting. We could put 1 point in that. If mana is a problem, 5% consistent mana regeneration, even whilst in combat, could actually be pretty good. Meditation is good in the raid healing. Yeah, I suspect where there's longer fights, that could end up being quite good, really. So maybe 2 in the Arcane Explosion and then 1 in Arcane Meditation will round off our little tree here, maybe. Where's the Portal Trainer? Who's yoinked a Portal Trainer? Is it going to be in the Mystic Ward? It seems sensible that it's in the Mystic Ward, but I don't know. Should we ask a guard? Is a guard going to tell us?
What's on your... What do you need directions to?
Not anything you can tell me, apparently. Okay, we tried. Let's assume it's in the Mystic... It is in the Mystic Ward? Okay. Genius, me. It's got to be in here, isn't it? Portal Trainer, here we go. Kalimdor fried chicken. No mercy. Haha, clever. I see what you did there.
Greetings. As a mage, you are one of a select group that can conjure a portal to transport you back to this very place.
When do we get portals? Not till 40. Phase 2 for portals. Ah, selling portals at level 40. Selling portals. There's a cash money maker. Beautiful. Right. Now, I guess as we're in Ironforge, we could go have a little play with the gnolls around here, couldn't we? We can go see how we do against these guys. Should we see how we do against these guys over here? I think they're around here, somewhere along here. Let's give that a crack, shall we? See if we're cut out to do some AoE farming. Portland food all in one stop, exactly. You gotta bring a mage because you need that utility. Now we're healing as well. Double reason to bring a mage. We'll stand in the fire casting and we'll heal ourselves. Yes, that's what we will do. Yeah, I guess that's an interesting one. Mages can't blame the healer anymore for not healing them when they are the healer. God, what a world we live in. Now, I don't mean to sort of poke the bear anymore, but Season of Discovery is really starting to solidify the fact that Blizzard needs to just pull their finger out and do WoW 2 at this point.
The Wildhammer dwarves might have fast steeds, but can those airy pink griffins stand the heat of the Great Forge? I think not.
Because Season of Discovery is actually showcasing that the base game of World of Warcraft is pretty good. If they were to take Classic and make WoW 2 from Classic and have, let's say, 2 bonus expansions pre-planned and ready, you wouldn't actually have to add significantly more than what's already here. Just give it a 2024 lick of paint, a update to a couple of systems, keep some of the fluff out of it. There's got to be because the way that I look at it right now is that retail is slowly dying. And I've had this impression for years, but retail is slowly dying because they're homogenizing everything, they're smushing everything, and the fairer everything is in retail, the more bland the entire game feels. This is a natural problem with balance, right? If everything is perfectly balanced, nothing is interesting. This is a real, this is a real balancing act. This is why you see Blizzard change things one way and then change things the other way, right? They flip-flop because you've got to have some things OP to have some things underpowered so that you can switch that, and then all of a sudden people are like, oh wow, this is cool now. The issue is over the years, retail has become so straightforward, so simple, so balanced, so fair, fucking catch-up systems from every angle, that it's slowly but surely nuking. It's turned the game into not an MMO and not an RPG anymore. Classic feels to me... My brother plays RuneScape, right? My brother plays RuneScape like his life depends on it. Particularly, he plays old school RuneScape, OSRS. And Classic feels to me a lot like what OSRS offers, right? It's the old school version of the game that you can just smash face against. Whilst the new version of the game, slowly as years go on, lose traction, right? Blizzard clearly have an ace up their sleeve currently with Classic, and they have done for the last few years, right? The development time and the effort and the cost of developing Classic is tiny compared to what making something new is. And hopefully what we will see is that the last few years of them messing around with Classic, basically getting a free pass on content for a few years. I mean, fuck, the community gave them half the ideas, right? Flipping hardcore was the community's idea. Blizzard didn't come up with that shit. They had no plans of doing anything related to hardcore. Then all of a sudden, the community was like, a permadeath add-on is really quite fun. Then boom, bang, we'll cash in on that for 6 months. It does seem a bit weird that they've... Season of Discovery seems to have absolutely eclipsed hardcore in its popularity. Hardcore's been out like 3 months. I know, some prominent streamers are still keeping the hype around it quite heavily, but I think Season of Discovery is the first mode which I think has appealed to... I'm super biased on this, by the way, but I think Season of Discovery is the first game mode that they've done with Classic that has got mass appeal. Whether you played Classic back in the day and have nostalgia overload from playing Classic again, or whether you've played retail in the more recent years and want a more RPG experience, Season of Discovery seems to tick both boxes, which I think is why it's doing silly things now. Wasn't there like something like 4.5 million characters created or something in Season of Discovery, which by no means is like game-breaking, record-breaking numbers. But for a game that's fundamentally 20 years old, that's pretty damn impressive. I feel that they should probably then take the advantage that they have with this quick and easy content that will keep people busy for a while. And let's hope that they're just Blizzard is squirreling away working on something big. Because if, you can only repeat and re-release old content. What we don't want is a Skyrim situation. We don't want a flipping GTA 5 situation where they just for 10 years cash out on re-releasing the same old game with a slight twist. What they need to do is utilize that free pass to give them the time and that they need to work on something, the next big thing, right? We seem to have a trilogy ahead of us with retail, a trilogy of expansions that, for the most part, at least they so claim, is rounding off and sort of tying up loose ends. Now, the question then becomes, is then what are they going to do after that trilogy? If you're tying off all of the loose ends with this trilogy, surely that means you've got something in the bag for, like, you know, you must have something in the bag for after that trilogy, right? WoW 2, new engine. It's interesting you say new engine, because I think they absolutely need that now. I don't think there's any excuse for them continuing with the current engine they have, because there's some vast limitation. What they've got to be careful of, though, is the combat system in WoW is second to none. There is not an MMO out there that has a combat system as good as World of Warcraft's. Not even close. The responsiveness, like 2 decades of technology has gone into the combat system in WoW, and it's about as smooth as you can get a combat system. There is not another game out there that has a combat system as good as World of Warcraft's, and that is predominantly because of the engine that they use. But there are some other super problematic issues with the game engine that they use that they really need to address. A new engine costs money. You can't sail in an engine. Well, get Bobby out of there. He's out of there in a few weeks, isn't he? So once Bobby's got his last yacht, maybe they can reinvest some of this cash cow money into something that people actually want. Here's to hoping. Right, first pull of the day. Let's make it a good one. Well, that wasn't a good one, was it? We got absolutely spanked. What are these, level 23 mobs? Okay. Absolutely cremated. Maybe not pulled quite so many. I could pull that many over in Westfall, but maybe not here. First pull of the day. That didn't go well at all, did it? We spent 20 years and millions on the same engine. Why not keep going? Well, this is also a problem, right? The Blizzard are far too much about making money nowadays rather than a good game. But, you know, they either need to, like I said, I bring up OSRS, you know, old school RuneScape as an example here, of that they can kind of go that route if they really want to. But what that means they also need to do is embrace it, right? And I think they're starting to embrace it with modes like Season of Discovery. They're saying that, right, okay, we're going to have these more seasonal-esque versions of the game, seasonal in terms of it's going to last 6 months. They've probably seen what happened with Diablo. I think I've made this reference and this link before, but Diablo 3, I think, showed Blizzard that if you release the same thing every 6 months with a slight twist, you can keep people busy for a long time, right? A long time. Huge amounts of time. People will play that shit over and over and over and over and over again as long as there's there is enough of a twist in it. The difference, obviously, is that your approach with a Diablo style game is very different. That you kind of expect it to be you know, a bit of a gear grind hack and slash. That hack and slash. That's just kind of, it's in the name, right? This pull also did not go as well as I expected. Dog! What are you doing, dog? Dog! Stop doing dog things in the background. I'm trying to kill gnolls here. Oh, my poor floors. Oh god, now we're right up shit creek. Hang on. Ah, it's all going wrong. It's all going very wrong. Apple, no scratching. I'm getting heals? Off heals. What an absolute boss. Have a buff. Ow. Shoot. Ow. behind the sofa action for you. Go sleep in your bed, dog. Oh dear, oh dear. It's all. Oh my God! I'm still not dead. I'm still not dead. I'm still alive. Okay. Right, you have a buff because you're a king amongst men, or a queen. Who knows? Okay, that didn't quite go as expected, but you know, we live and we learn. Let's try again. In before Pap was trying to save you from micro demons under the floorboards. Yeah. It's interesting. You're one of the only people that's picked up on what my dog is actually called. And you, of all people, probably understand why she's called Papple. For everybody else who is not Finnish, by the way, Papple means bean. And she's brown and she's full of energy. So as a puppy, she became my coffee bean. And of course, bean translated into Finnish is Papple. So that's kind of the name we chose for her. There we go. The story of why my dog is called what my dog is called. Probably doesn't interest anybody, but you know. I think it's the fact that these guys trap me that's half the problem. First time I realised you had some connection to Finland was when you called Nipsu over. Yeah. Nipsu is also the name of one of the Moomins. Nipsu in the Moomins is the brown dog-looking thing. Aardvark-looking thing. But the personality of Nipsu is usually very cautious, very shy, which is one of the personality traits of my other dog. So she got the name Nipsu. You're not at the right spot. This is not the southeast. Ah, there's gnolls. We can kill them. There's packs of gnolls. We can kill them. It works. As long as I'm killing something is better than killing nothing. But you're probably right. Southeast is easier, is it? Let's have a look then. What's going on with the WoW token prices for EU? It's spiking between 230 and 280. Are we near the end of the 4-week craziness for tokens? I think we nearly are. For reference, boys and girls, if you haven't bought any tokens with your gold, they're about as cheap as they will ever be right now. Or at least in the near future anyway. Since we should be... I think we're nearly coming to the end of the 30-day ban for bots on buying tokens, which is the reason why they tanked, right? Bots are one of the biggest culprits for keeping the token price up, because when you're AFK botting gold 24 hours a day, you don't particularly care what the token value is. You're going to cash out and turn it into real money however you can. This is not the southeast. Is this one of Boofy's videos? It probably is. Timestamped on the map image. Oh, okay. So we're going down there. So in this sort of area we're looking at on the two. I don't know if I've got. Oh god, I got 2 Chrome windows open with the same name.
At this location right here. Now there's 2 camps. One camp has a major and one camp will just have melees. This is the camp with only melees, and this is a really easy farm to do, and they respawn pretty much instantly. Well, they do.
It's because they're only melee.
So it's a super good hyper spawn. There's no downtime. The only downtime will be when you're getting your mana back. For an example, you can share this with a second mage. That is how quick they respawn.
Nice. Okay, we'll head there then. There-ish. That'll do. We'll give it a go. Yeah, the token prices as far as they stand right now are the reason for the uneducated in this one. Accounts that had not paid for a single game, single month of game time, had a restriction put on them that they were not able to use the tokens until they pay for a month of game time. Pay for cash monies, pay for and consume a month of game time. So it's created this 30-day window where huge, vast quantities of bots were no longer able to buy tokens, meaning the token price tanked, right? Because when half the market stops buying them, it's of no surprise that they got cheaper, right? Because it's only then real players that were able to buy them. That period is probably very soon drawing to a close, meaning that the likelihood is the token is going to start rising in value again. If we go, let's go 3 months. Let's take off you, take off you, take off you. So yeah, you can kind of see we've had the dip now. So this is when the regulation came in place, 20th of November. So yeah, we're nearly out the other end of it now. We saw a massive decline, both EU and NA, massive decline in the value of the token as it dipped all the way down, but it's actually now starting to rise again. Presumably because, in fact, it's taken a big spike already on the EU today. I wonder if it will ever recover from this, meaning that this was the period of time where you should have been buying your tokens, right? Because this is when they were going to be at their absolute cheapest. Between now and the launch of the new expansion, there is absolutely nothing that's going to push the token down in value. It's only going to rise from this point on. So if you haven't already... No, I know this doesn't apply to everybody, of course, but if you have any interest in cashing out some of your gold into tokens, whether it to pay for the new expansion, whether it be to cap out your Blizzard balance to go play some Call of Duty or to waste it on Hearthstone packs or whatever the case may be, the token from this point on is only going to rise until we get to the new expansion. So be aware of that. You can already start to see that it's started to climb again. And I actually think the spike will be quite dramatic, you know. What's the maximum Blizzard balance we can have? Euros, I think it's 250 euros. If you've got an authenticator attached to your account, I believe it's 250 euros. But you can also have then 10 tokens in your character's possessions at the same time. So that's like the equivalent of an additional 130 euros, because we get 13 euros per token, don't we? And if you haven't got an authenticator on your account, get a goddamn authenticator. That's all I can say. Right, I presume it's these two camps by the looks of things. Let's see what's going on down here then. Let's buff up. Well, that's a caster for starters. Oh my god, when you say insta respawn, you're not lying. Jesus! It respawned before I'd killed him. Sheesh Louise. Are you another... Oh, you're a priesty boy. A priesty boy. Whoa! The right-hand side. Oh, so this is the one with the melees only. I don't mind a caster. You just stand on top of the caster. It's usually all right. You can usually deal with it. 10 seconds on my living flame. Oh, there's only 4 mobs up because this dude is hacking them all. Have you got a buff on you? You have. You're off on your way. Easy farming. Easy business. Ha! That's so instant respawn that I couldn't actually leave the spot before things were on my ass again. What's the mod showing the XP bar? It's actually a weak aura. I can give you a link to the weak aura. It won't let me do it in combat. Hang on. It's the irony of how slow it takes me to kill one mob compared to a whole pack of them. As you pull and walk back out of the camp towards the lake so they don't respawn on you. I mean, that's almost clever. But you're right. Luckthos's experience group is this week aura. If you want a link, it's this one. It works in both. Hang on, let me make sure I post this in YouTube chat. I'll post it in both. It's telling me to put a pair of shoulders on. Do I have a pair of shoulders? Oh, I don't actually have shoulders on at all. Well, I guess it's logical to put them on then, isn't it? Cheers, game. Thanks, Zygo. Appreciates. Okay, so I do kind of need to dance between the two to get the full respawn situation on the go. That's not a problem. Mr. Hunter's doing Hunter things over here anyway. Oh, is he done? Oh, Mr. Okay, there's a couple of people farming this zone. Ha ha ha, that happens if we're not careful. Is the third camp on the other side? Oh, up here. Yeah, I can see, yeah. Get Shrek'd. Yeah, these odd... There's an odd one or two being plucked out of the crowd that makes it less optimal for me, but we'll survive. What we got going on here? Disease. Ugh. Spirit disease. Do you know where people do the fishing for money? No. Well, yes. Tanaris or Stranglethorn Vale is the two spots, to my understanding. It depends what type of fishing for money you really mean. Okay, we're not getting the luxury of pulling huge, great big packs, but slow and steady wins the race. I'd rather be killing something consistently than pushing and getting myself killed. I have the, oh, you guys know this as well as anybody, but I have this innate problem that if I play this video game and do anything even remotely where I need to use my brain, I have to sacrifice something, which is usually me talking to you guys. I just tunnel vision. I have to focus. I have to concentrate. I'm far too boomer at these sorts of video games. I can't multitask like a pro anymore. Go boom, go boom, go boom. Boom! I wish my living bomb did more damage, you know. As an ability, I love living bomb. It's just so cool. I'm going to drop a bomb on your ass and you're going to go boom in about 10 seconds. Something very satisfying about it. I talk about this quite frequently, actually. Spells that just feel good to press. Living bomb is one of them. Doesn't necessarily strictly need to do the most damage, but it's why I love my paladin on retail. Because dropping the... oh my god, I can't remember the name of the ability now. The thing that sends all the shields out. Fucking ludicrous ability. And of course, obviously, druids have their Divine Toll, that's the one. Yeah. Convoke is another one where you're just like, I'm going to kill everything. Boom, shit dies. It's just fun. Eye beam for good old dead hunters. Come over this way, fellas. I don't mind the fact that we're only pulling like 2 or 3 mobs at a time. I would like to pull like 5 or 6, to be honest, because we have that cooldown on our Living Flame ability each time, but slow and steady wins. Slow and steady wins. I suspect other people are mostly only here for like quest mobs or something, so they'll come and go. They'll pass. I've called it Divine Toll Mega Clang 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 when I couldn't remember it. Well, that's what it does. That's what it does. That's why it's so satisfying to press the button, because everything just explodes. Shit goes boom. Pull you as well. I was going to say, you're going to come back and haunt me now, aren't you? We'll have a face-off. Ah! The fuck out of it. That got dangerous very quick. Arcane Surge feels so good when you just one-hit anything. I'm kind of looking forward to getting 25 and getting some gear on this thing. Mages always, I tend to feel, scale really well with better gear. You always, I mean, a class that's historically very squishy to begin with, you get a few bits of gear behind you, and then you just absolutely blast. That's why prop paladins are the best paladins in retail. Yeah, I do like my prop paladin. Sometimes I do have to go ret, because ret is just, you know, Divine Storm is also very fun to just zerg in and just blah, and shit dies. There's definitely some fun to be had there. What I'm trying to do is kill everything at one camp, so hopefully it respawns everything then. So we've kind of got half the mobs at both camps at the moment. But I guess it's working. It's working. We're gaining experience. It does claim we're only doing 10k an hour though. Oh, but that's actually mostly because I've been online for ages on this character without actually killing anything. I was AFK in Stormwind for ages yesterday on this toon. While I was doing some Christmas shopping, believe it or not. Some very last minute Christmas shopping. Which is why the time this level is nearly 3 hours. It's ridiculous. I was basically standing in Stormwind doing nothing. We got time up. We got time up. Right, let's go. Pot paladins are still more fun, except when they go out of mobs. Yeah, that's the paladin isn't it? This is going to get a bit sketchy with. I'm going to have to actually take some of you out of the way. This has gone horribly wrong. What caused this level of chaos? This is because I didn't pull them back and they respawned on top of me. This was entirely my own fault. I'm not paying anywhere near enough attention to what I'm doing here. Wow, did I not use Living Flame? That could also entirely be what my problem was. Should I be using Mana Shield? I don't even know. I probably should be using Mana Shield, shouldn't I? I just worry it's going to nuke my mana even further. I tend to live by the theory that as long as I've got mana, I will stay alive. It's when I run out of mana I start to have significant problems. Doesn't it take mana instead of health? Well, it does, yeah, but my mana is my health. That's the way I look at it. My mana is my health. As long as I've got mana, I'm alive. It's when I run out of mana and can't press any buttons, then we start to have significant problems. If I ever dip below 200 mana, I'm in a real shit situation. Why didn't you turn up? There we go. Right, somebody's turned up over this side, so you can pew-pew a few of these fellas. I'll go over this end. Clean up some of these round here. $14 seconds. I wish there was some way we could get the cooldown on Living Flame to be more favourable. I wonder, is it going to be possible to tag you lot? Or are you going to evade? Just bringing some extra juice to the party. Ah, see? Run out of buttons to press. Ah, you're going to come back and pull friends with you as well, aren't you? See, this is what's a touch frustrating. I needed that one last blast on him. How good is tea whilst you're grinding WoW? I'm not going to lie, I'm a coffee man. I don't drink tea at all. But it hits the same spot, so I understand. I'm definitely with you. I can't sit and play games unless I'm drinking something, which is obviously slightly dangerous in the evening because my natural brain is like, I'll have a beer. And then 7, 8, 10 beers later, I'm like, okay, I can't even see the screen anymore. But yeah, sitting, playing games, drinking something is a must. During the day, coffee, the odd bottle of water, that sort of thing. But Manthis after dark, we switch to the good stuff. This is the problem with December. I love Christmas and I love December, but December is such an unhealthy month. There's no denying that. Such an unhealthy month. Far too many bad habits in December. There's this warlock coming over to do warlock things over here as well. Meat and beer. That's literally my diet in December. It's not good. It means January can't come soon enough, honestly. Really, it's the last 3 months of the year with all the holidays packed in there. I mean, it's... I know some parts of the world are probably going to feel this more so than others, but December is the one month for me where it's just like all forms of diet and healthcare go out the window. Absolutely in the bin. Warlock, you're pulling one mob at a time. You're fucking up my spawns here, Zenny. Messing up my spawns. It's lovely for you who are only pulling one mob at a time, but I'm trying to pull 5. Well, you have fun with these fellas then. I'll go play with these boys over here. Oh shit, I'm dead. What was I doing wrong there? Did I not have my... I don't know. I was not paying attention. Oops, nobody saw that, right? Ignore that. That's not the second death of the stream. God, if we were to do shots per death, it'd get very, very tasty today, wouldn't it? Sheesh. The caster's really strong. It does feel that way, actually. I should probably focus on nuking that thing down ASAP. Oh, did I living flame the caster? See, I don't pay that much attention. I press tab and then I press E. See, this is my thing, right? If I pay attention to what I'm actually doing, we get better results. When I don't pay attention, silly stuff happens. Oh no, now I'm like, my armor's all about to die as well. We might have to take a trip back to town soon. I don't think I can last more than one more death before I start getting red gear, which is no fun for anybody. And by anybody, I mean me. Oops. Oh, it's going to be a hell of a walk back to Menethil Harbour though, isn't it? I'm almost tempted to port back to Stormwind and then fly back to Menethil Harbour, and so I only have to do the run once. In fact, that's probably quicker. Maybe we'll just let That's probably why the Warlock is living over here, because these mobs are with that caster in place is a touch annoying. That caster's still doing bit. Oh, he's level 23 as well. The caster. He's a higher level than the others as well. That's probably why. One from Lockmadan, it's probably faster. Yeah, the only thing is weaving through all of those flipping tunnels. If I'd actually put Slowfall, if I'd actually bothered to buy Slowfall, I might just jump down and it probably would be faster, but... we're buffed up, we need some health still. Biggest fault in Classic is a rarity called Flight Paths. I don't know, you know. I think the sparse nature of them is good. I think it's good. It adds meaning to where you go and why you choose to do the things you choose to do, if that makes sense. I think they're fine. Wait, no, come this way. Fuck off. My mum. Why are you going all the way over there? Are you lost? Ooh, what was that? Small bronze bombs. Where's the other one? Oh, have I not got one in my bags? Is that the first one I've looted today? I don't know what it is, but like travel in video games is something that I've been super like paying attention to in recent months. I think it's probably because we played Starfield and the travel in that game was terrible. It goes to show how just bad a game can feel when you don't get travel right. You know, it was practically a Portal simulator. You just, you know, loading screen into loading screen into loading screen. In a space game as well, as to where you were kind of meant to feel the distance and the traversal of space. Like, traveling should be a big critical component of how that game plays and feels. And they just ballsed it up. And equally, Dragonflight got it right. You know, some people don't like dragon riding, but there's no denying it's a better way of getting from A to B than regular flying. Straight line speed is faster, for starters. Straight line speed is faster. On top of straight line speed being faster, you've also got the luxury of actual, like, feeling like you're playing the game still. Regular flying, where you just, you know, it feels like hacking almost. You just fly up, you go, you know, you fly as the crow flies from straight line from A to B, and then you drop down again. That's why regular flying feels bad, and because it is. I don't know how else to describe it other than it's bad because it is. Dragon riding does a lot to improve that. You're thinking about your vigor, you're swooping, you're flying, you're spotting things. You know, you can't infinitely hover. Little things like that, it matters. If you were just, you know, if you fly up, fly across and fly down, it's not that much different than a loading screen or a portal. And retail in recent years has become a little bit World of Portal and Craft all the same. It's a bit clunky to farm, but I kind of feel the same. Yeah, I mean, like I said, when you are restricted to how far you can travel and how quickly you can do it, you are naturally more likely to pick areas that are closer to flight paths, which will mean in turn that areas further from flight paths can feel more lucrative if you make the effort to go there, right? It actually makes the world feel like a world. That there are some areas that can kill you, some areas that cannot kill you, some areas that are easy to get to, some areas that are not easy to get to. All of that leads to the sense of adventure, which is, for the most part, why I don't mind it being a thing. Run out of mana. Things go wrong very quickly. Oh, he evaded. We clearly can't pull all the way from back there then. But the rest were fine. Maybe making Vigor last longer. Well, once you actually... Vigor becomes far less of an issue once you know how to use it. You can make Vigor last indefinitely if you know how to fly correctly. If you use your Vigor to gain height whilst also propelling you forward, you can practically go as far as you ever want with dragon riding. But that's where you have to play the game. You have to actually figure out how the flight works and utilize it. And, you know, you've got to make sure your brain is switched on to do it. Which is why I generally think it's much better. Much better. I am far more of a fan of video games when they give you gameplay. I don't think it's a crazy take. I tend to think that games that cleverly make you play the game, even when you are doing something seemingly boring, like traversing from A to B, are much better. This is why open world games like Grand Theft Auto, the driving in Grand Theft Auto was super important. Super important. The fact that you can, in Grand Theft Auto, you can run up to any car, for the most part anyway, steal that car, and then each car is going to feel slightly different. Different handling, different top speeds, this sort of thing, makes getting from A to B gameplay. It's super important that there's actually that consistent gameplay. Obviously, once you've gone somewhere first, if you need to make that return trip many, many times, that can get a bit repetitive. And so they add a touch of fast travel. But fast travel should be used sparingly. Where fast travel is instantly available in the only thing, it makes it boring. E.g. Starfield, where everything is a fast, everything is a loading screen simulator. One of the biggest, I don't know how many of you guys will remember this, but one of the biggest selling features about World of Warcraft when it first came out was that there was no loading screens. It was revolutionary that there was no loading screens. You can traverse through the entire map from the very tip to the very south. And if you can walk there, you will never hit a loading screen. That technology was revolutionary when this game came out. And it led many, many other game companies and game developers to try and be smarter and more clever. I guess that's what smarter means, you know what I mean? To be more creative with how you traverse from A to B. Because it matters, it's important. Aha, a wild wife appears. Be right back. Alrighty. Where did we get to? Wife came to check that I'd taken the ham out the freezer. It needs a few days to defrost. Right, are we ready to go? It's ready to go. Living bomb for you. You get a living bomb. You get a living bomb. You get a living bomb. I feel like Oprah. Yeah, actually, I'm tempted to go back to Arcane Explosion rank 1, you know. This rank 2 takes far too much mana. Far too much mana. Can I loot you without aggroing you? Yeah, beautiful. Far too much mana. You should check the beer stocks as well. Oh, I made sure that was good. That was my top priority, to make sure that was good. Oh no, me boots are red. It's starting to happen. I'm -5 stamina now because of those boots. That's big. That's big. That's 10% of my stamina's missing. I love it when you can say -5 stamina and it's 10% of your entire health pool. This is such a weak-ass pull with only 3 mobs. Oh, do I push it? How far before? Should we ding? Let's see if we can ding 23 before going back. It would be nice if we can get to 23 before we have to go back to town. Just drop a dream. Well, yeah, if only. If only. This is going to be a tailor and an enchanter. I've not leveled enchanting in any way, shape or form, but I have been disenchanting some basic bitch greens to get some basic enchanting mats. Although it's weird that a lot of greens are starting to dip, like the disenchant value is dipping below the vendor value of the items even, which is a sorry state of affairs. We're getting some silk off these fellas, which will be handy for us when we get to level 25 and we've got some more gear and we can go a little bit more cray-cray over here. Ah, there's clearly another mage doing mage things over there. There is. Oh, there's another mage dying over there. Woo! Spicy meatball! Run, my friend, run! Evade! You have no other choice. You have no mana, no health. You gotta go. You gotta go, son. Stop trying to kill shit. Do you have any idea how long until the War Within? They said fall 2024, so September, October, November next year. We have a 3-month window theoretically, assuming everything continues on as planned. I don't suspect it will come out any time before November though. Where did you come from? Yeah, I'm not holding my breath for anything other than quite a long wait. If it wasn't for the fact that a lot of my content swings towards, you know, pre-patches, betas, alphas, that sort of stuff, I'd be quite concerned about what the hell I was going to do for the next 12 months. But fortunate enough for me, a lot of my content swings towards figuring out what's coming and what's going to be new and that sort of thing. So hopefully once the alpha is due to launch in the spring, although we already have seen sniffs of internal testing of the War Within, happening. So hopefully they're on track to launch the alpha in the spring, early spring, I would hope. Beta in the summer, and then launch in the fall next year. That's the theory, at least. Let's see if it actually ends up being such, but... Can we get you as well? I was kind of hoping that would trigger more to respawn in this center here, but maybe Mage number 2 over there is not doing his job. He's having fun times over there. Is he doing any better? Oh, he's doing all right now. Yeah, this works quite well with a mage at each spot, you know. Not bad, not bad. Although I'm currently left with 2 mobs to play with. Kill faster! Kill faster! I need respawns over this side. I wonder if it also shares spawns with the 3rd spot, like way off in the distance there. It could be that that camp over there is full. If I go in and start pulling 3, then more are going to spawn. Maybe I should just be patient. Patience is not my forte, though. Running all guns blazing tends to be my style, whether it works or not. How we doing, Mikey? Welcome in. Yeah, the mage is getting there. Slow and steady. Slow and steady, but we are getting there. 23 nearly. Nearly 23. Couple more to go. I don't really actually need more food, do I? It's always mana that I'm weak on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Back in your yard. Back in your yard, Mr. Mage. Worked quite nicely, one of us at each camp. Right, let's roll. If you want, we can test if the 3rd camp's connected. Could come over with my mage and do the 3rd camp. I'm very, very soon to be taking a trip back to safety to do some repairs and clean bags and stuff. So if you want to do that, we can, but give me a while. I'm trying to ding 23, and then I'll go back and fix all my gear and problems that I have. Guild invite, absolutely. Absolutely doodly. Welcome in, welcome in. Another druid to the ranks. Get out of the way. Here we go again. Here we go again. Oh, what are we getting? We're like, I should have checked the XP. I think we're looking at like half a bar per pull or something, aren't we here? Something like that. What realm is this? Wild Growth EU. Wild Growth EU. Alliance side, I should state, is where we're predominantly playing. My rogue can open any lockboxes. I've not seen any lockboxes. I've not seen any lockboxes. I think lockboxes are more restricted to like chests on the floor that are locked, though, right? Isn't that the classic way of doing lockboxes, rather than something you loot and pick up? Or it's just I have never seen any. I pre-blinked there. I shouldn't have pre-blinked. Oh, you son of a... Stealing my flipping... Oh my god, I'm nearly dead. Sheesh! That was a bit too close for liking. I overcooked that one, I think. Lockboxes are more common at higher levels. Oh, you've had some heavy lockboxes. Oh, okay. Maybe. I was not too. I've not seen any, and you know I've got. This is nearly my second character at 25, and I don't think I've seen a single one. I want to pull all of these three, but you're going to go do that, aren't you? How is your pet going to handle dealing with all of those three? Is it? Are you using... I was going to say, unless you're using... Oh, you're using traps? Oh, you're doing it that way. Okay. I mean, sure. I still think this dude's going to have a problem on his hands, because he's not killed one of these yet. You probably shouldn't have pulled 3, my friend. Do I come in and help you out because I'm a good guy? Okay. Right, 2.5 bars to go. Couple more pulls, I reckon. We'll get 23. Mage better than Hunter? In this very specific scenario, probably. Mages have a... See, this is the thing, right? A Hunter can solo anything, single target. Practically anything in the game. Hunter can solo it, single target. I, on the other hand, not so much. But I can nuke down a pack of 5 mobs much faster than a Hunter ever will. So, you know, pros and cons. Saw a Mage video on YouTube this morning, soloing SFK. Oh, probably, yeah. It was super easy for Mages to do before some of the nerfs. Depends when that video was made. Some of the nerfs to the Temple Beacon have made it a touch more difficult, but still by no means impossible. A Hunter with even average gear, though, can solo most of the dungeons in Classic currently. We have spawn issues here slightly. Everything's getting a touch spread out. Is Mr. Mage over there still doing Mr. Mage things? He is. Maybe I'm just going to have to work a bit harder for me XP. We'll have you. We'll have you. Oh, has he gone and pulled the other one? Oh, flipping Nora. Alright, well, we'll do it this way. Pull you out this way. Frustrating is I seem to clean up the scraps for then somebody to come in and pull 2 out of the middle. It's like, God damn you. It was posted 1 day ago, and there's a mage buff tomorrow too with Living Flame, I believe, and new tailoring recipes. Is there really? Okay, I should probably pay some more attention to what's going on with these. They can't be buffing Living Flame, surely. This is already, like, crazy good. We'll have a look in a minute. When we go back to town and I've got a bit of downtime, we'll have a little poke about. We'll have a little nosy. 9 seconds on this. Start grouping stuff up. Melee have scaled better, so a lot of casters are getting buffs. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. We'll have a little looky in a moment. My inventory is not too bad, but my my boots are red. A lot of my other gear needs a fix, so. What's going on here? Oh, we got a dwarf paladin coming in for some fun times now, have we? Ah, don't leave me with one flipping mob over here. Okay, now we got some respawns, that'll do. Move out of the way. 1 and a bit bars. Slow and steady. This is actually not great XP per hour for me, if I'm honest. I could probably still be getting more XP over in Westfall. But that's mostly because I'd absolutely own the zone. That's the thing. Most of the mobs would be green. They might be green, but I can probably kill them super fast without any issue and probably hit more mobs. Although this isn't bad. I can't complain about this, really. If this didn't happen, if there wasn't so many people coming in snagging like 1 mob, leaving me with like 2 strays, it would be more simplistic. Is the mage over here still doing mage things? Or should I start bounting? It looks like they are. Oh no, this hunter's over here. Yeah, leaving me all the flipping strays. This is the problem. Whoa, that was a lot closer than I expected. Oh, I've got like no buffs on. Oops. Oops. Somebody could have told me. Jeez Louise. Me running around with no buffs at all. Oh, snap. Everything turned up. Did I just get layered? I must have just got layered. Okay. Sheesh. Out of nowhere. Right, let's blast together. This could be amusing. I need a Manthe hoodie with sheesh on it. Sheesh. Oh, Celtic's 25 now. Of course he is. Of course he is. Dead. I got instant nuked. I pulled too many. Too many. Okay, that's a real indication to me I need to go back to town now. I was hoping to get to 23. I apologise, Celtic, that we've done one pull and I've got myself nuked, but I knew that was going to happen. This also means that it's favourable for me to take the spirit res. Run back to Menethil Harbour. I am all red. I am not in a good position. I've said this a few times, but I've kind of thought about doing. I've thought about doing some merch of some sorts, but I also don't want to do just like, you know, I don't want to do a hoodie with my logo on it because it feels odd, right? If I was to do it, I'd want to do it properly. I think merch is overused by small content creators as a bit of a cash grab. Coffee mugs are always good. Well, that's true. I could absolutely do with a coffee mug for sure. Sheesh, vast, pet do pet things. Do I say vast a lot? I probably do, don't I? You see, this is the thing, right? I don't even know what my... It's not until somebody points it out that I even realise that I say very specific things. StarSmucks coffee mug. That's true. I might... I might be... towing the line with some lawsuits if I do StarSmucks 2. The fuck was that? I think some snow just fell off my roof. My entire studio just shook. Either that or having an earthquake. God, I hope that was snow falling off my roof. Yeah, pet do pet things is clearly a common phrase of mine. It wouldn't be so much, though, if I wasn't playing a hunter. That's it. The vast majority is the quote. Well, the vast majority uses... Yeah. Yeah, I need a thesaurus, don't I? I need to switch it up. Need me a thesaurus. Wow, 286 health. I really need to fix my gear. Mythic 11 in time as a mage tank. You hear this, boys? On top now. Welcome in, Drizzling Rose. Welcome, welcome. Men Warrior got too excited. In the big leagues now. Big leagues. We do a few SFK runs for gear. Drops a fair bit of cloth as well. Yeah, being a tailor, I'm going to need my hands on a bunch of easy cloth. I'm looking forward to when the guild has a significant amount of like top tier level characters. Obviously, we're going through the phase at the moment where people are leveling up, so there's lots of people in that sort of lower level brackets, but we're starting to pad out with plenty of characters hitting sort of, 25. That also sorts of means we can put together some groups a little bit more easily for just like pumping content. You know, rather than people being there for gear, rather than people being there for experience and quests and stuff, we can just go somewhere and smash the pants off it, run it 4 or 5 times, and try and get people the bits of gear that they need more effectively. Obviously, I've got no objections for the most part of like helping people level up and stuff, but there comes a point where it'd be nice to just absolutely blast. And I think we're nearly there as a guild. We're getting there slowly but surely. I need a dude that's going to repair me. One of you fellas going to... You're a bowyer. You should repair me. Boom. Oh my god, 24 silver in repairs. That's an ouch. Can we sell anything? What's this? Stone knoll hammer. See you later. Let's put cloth down here.
Farewell.
What's this scroll? Where did it go? What is it? Scroll of Arcane Accuracy. Increases your chance to hit with spells by 1%. Okay, sure. Right. Back we go. We're healed and we're good. We're healed and we're good. And if it takes us 5 minutes to run back there, it's all good because we have no health right now anyway. Smash the pants off SM for leveling up in Phase 2. Yeah, Scarlet Monastery is going to be the play, I think, for Phase 2. SM run after SM run after SM run. Ding level 40. Go back, do all of the quests at level up to level 40 once you've dinged 40. Or whatever quests you have left after harvesting in Phase 1. That might be the plan. I was thinking the other day, can you do basic conversations and finish like you go out to the shop when you go out to the shop and stuff? For the most part, you know, I get by with the basics. But the issue is that so many people, you know, everybody's English is significantly better than my Finnish. So when it comes down to just purely communicating, English is still easier for everybody involved, which is why it's quite challenging to, at least where I live in Finland, it's always been quite challenging for me to even find a scenario where using Finnish is even worthwhile. If I'm talking to somebody in a shop, you know, I don't know this person, I don't need to know this person, we're creating conversation for some reason, right? Once that reason is done, we move on, which is problematic for learning the language, but also Finnish people don't talk. This is another thing. Nobody in Finland wants to have casual conversation. Everything is very to the point. Like, if you get more than like 2 words out of a cashier in a shop or something, they will ask you if you want the receipt. That's about as much as they will ask you. They'll tell you how much you need to pay, and they'll ask you if you want a receipt. That is it. Any more than that, and they're probably not Finnish. So that's you know, the finding scenarios where to even use it is few and far between. You'll have to grab any young nieces and nephews, read books with them. I'll help you train the language. Well, that's true. That's true. One of my nieces is being taught Swedish as her mother tongue. So that will prove to be interesting, because I also now live in a Swedish area and realistically should learn Swedish more than Finnish. But that's a long-term goal. A long-term goal. Truth be told, it's like, as much as it feels weird to live in a country and not speak the native language, I've lived here nearly 10 years now and have survived more than comfortably with English. Yeah. 。 Getting the gold ready for the mount at 40 straight away. That's sort of one thing I want to definitely make sure I am more than ready for, is that once phase 2 does turn up, that we can jump on phase 2 and we can do everything that phase 2 is going to need. That we have, you know, gold put aside on each character that we have by that point for mounts and that sort of thing. Because boy, oh boy, getting mount at 40 is going to be like another game. Whole new lease of life when we can move that little bit faster. Obviously, we'll need to move faster because way more of the game will open up to us. We're very restricted to like a small amount of zones right now. It's 100 gold, isn't it? 80 for the mount and 20 for the training. I genuinely don't know. I had in my head 40 gold, but I'm not sure where I got that number from. It could be 100 gold, I'm not sure. 100 gold seems a lot for the first level of training. I have it's 9 for training if revered. I don't think it's a lot unless they've changed the number. It is 100 gold. Okay, it's 100 gold then. There we go. We can have that set aside for sure. Right, in the time it took me to die, run back, and return, we have lost our res sickness, and we should be ready to pump again. We should, in theory, be able to pump now to 24, probably, unless I do anything stupid like die 500 times. Which I hope not. Nearly 4 hours at this level, though. I was mostly AFK yesterday. Ignore this. This isn't strictly true. 4 hours of physical time logged on, but not necessarily 4 hours of play. Right, we're nearly home. Nearly home. Health good, mana good, buffs good. Should we use some of these? Fire resistance, frost resistance, chance to hit with spells. Let's use that one, why not? Intellect by 4, we have a more powerful one. We don't need agility. Spirit by 7, why not? Armor by 120. I might as well use all of these flipping scrolls. Right, Celtic's been over here pumping. Howdy, howdy. Howdy, howdy. Boom. Boom, boom, shake the room. "15 seconds and we can go again." Pull some stragglers this time. How did he resist? How dare you resist my next level DPS? How very cheeky. My plan is to sweet talk Celtic for a loan for the mount. That man's balling already. Yes. Yes. Killing more than one mob a time. What is this? Retail? I know, it's crazy, right? Actually ludicrous performance. Dingosaurus. Moving up in the world. We're moving up, up, up. Now technically I don't have any downtime because we dinged. So maybe we'll waste all of this mana quickly. And we'll get some more healing stuff ready. Did we say we were going to put some points in Arcane Explosion, increasing critical strike chance of Arcane Explosion by a further 2%? I don't know what the crit chance is already, but it seems better than anything else we could put points in, unless reduces the chance for your opponents to resist by 8%. That's a 2% lower resist chance. I think 2% crit chance is better. I think. Alright, let's heal up. Let's go again. Pew! This is working quite nicely now. Quite nice. Season of Discovery is great because I saw you having so much fun in it. I also started it a few days ago. Yeah, it almost appalls me because I feel like I'm becoming a classic Andy. But it's super difficult, and I don't think it's even justified comparing retail to classic at the moment. As the games are so different. Sure, they share the same aesthetics and the same name, but the reality is they're totally different games. I'll quite happily go back to retail as and when there's something that appeals to me to do in retail. Like, I find so much of my time spent in retail is actively finding something to keep myself busy. So, like, if it wasn't for all the things, it would be... I don't know what would keep me occupied with retail, if I'm honest. Yeah, for days. Like, retail the way I described it the other day is that retail feels like Warcraft arcade mode. Dip in and out, blast, very arcadey, almost zero chance of failing ever with anything. Smoked sagefish? What is this? Oh, mana per 5. Okay, nice. Retail is super arcadey. Dip in and out, absolutely pump, absolutely blast. Zero meaning for any of your characters other than that constant gear grinding, treadmill, and chasing the next goalpost thing, sort of thing, which is fine. There's nothing objectively wrong with that. It's just a different style. Classic has that RPG, that MMO, that kind of. You feel invested in your character. You feel as if subtle, small, incremental changes matter vastly, and it just feels good. It's a nice, refreshing change for a while, which I'm happy to embrace. Do I think that by the time I've been 25 a level a few times on a few different characters and I've spent some time at level 25, will I get bored of Classic? Of course I will. There's a finite amount of stuff you can do in any video game. But at the moment, it's all good. Oh, we've picked up a bogey. Retail feels more permanent despite it not being so. This is one of the things that's frustrated me for quite a long time about retail. Overall, yes, your progress is permanent, but they move the goalposts so frequently, it feels, in retail, that any of the permanence that you acquire yourself is invalidated only a month or two later when we head into a new patch, which it's an oxymoron, isn't it? It's like your success in one patch means absolutely nothing in the next patch. One of the things that captivates, I think, a lot of gold makers is the fact that there's a lot more permanence in gold making, right? If you level up your profession, it tends to matter for longer than just that single patch. If you can go back in history and you can level up all of the old professions and it still sort of feels worthwhile to do so. Once you collect these old recipes, once you've got them kind of thing. There is that more long tail permanence to it. But if it wasn't for things like all the things or professions and that sort of stuff in retail, it's so arcadey now. I really don't know what would keep me interested in it long term. It's only the only way I feel I can play it as much as I do is because I try and do something almost outside the box, right? I'm almost doing something outside of what is expected of you to do.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit
Mikey with a prime,
together.
appreciate it. Thank you. I like what they did in Draenor, where you could skill from 1 and up to Draenor rank. In Warlords of Draenor, I have to hard disagree on that. I didn't like the professions in Warlords of Draenor at all. If that's what you were referring to. Or was Warlords of Draenor still where you had to level everything? They hadn't separated the profession yet. Was Warlords of Draenor? Yeah, I think professions were still capped at like skill 600 or something, weren't they? Meaning you did still have to technically level everything. That was maybe the only saving grace of it. Because it was far too built into garrisons, I didn't like that aspect of it, but yeah, I do And I know why Blizzard got rid of that. I know why they got rid of it, because it seems to most players to be so mundane and so pointless to have to level up your professions from like 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, you know, all the way through the expansions. But what it did do is keep a lot of value in them. This was the thing, right? This is the balance that Blizzard has to play. Every time they add a quality of life feature, there is a downside to it. There is a drawback somewhere all the time. Now that you can pick up leatherworking and level only Dragonflight leatherworking is part of the reason why it's so difficult to actually make anything of any value with leatherworking, because the ease of access to leatherworking is too good. You don't need the expertise of somebody else if you can do it yourself for no real significant effort. Or you know that there's going to be 500 other people who also have that thing that you so need. Whereas if you still had to level all of if you wanted to become a blacksmith and you wanted to be the best blacksmith, you had to level from 0 all the way through vanilla and up with your blacksmithing to the point where you finally get to Dragonflight stuff. There's a lot more permanence to that effort there. And there can be more of an advantage to be had from those that actually do it. It's this is why there's pros and cons to a lot of the things that Blizzard do, and retail has become so arcadey because once you add a quality of life feature, you kind of can't take it away. You can't take it away because otherwise people are like, well, this is just fun police. You've given us this quality of life feature. This is why LFR will never go away. The second they introduced LFR, there was never, ever going to be a way that they could take it away again. Because it just caused uproar. And that's why retail has become very arcadey and why people look to Classic for their true Warcraft experience. You know, the actual MMO, the actual RPG experience is ironically still to be had in the nearly 20-year-old version of the same game. And people will drift towards one or the other. People will dip into, if you are super engaged with Mythic Plus, if you love Mythic Plus, then obviously retail in the arcadey, constantly moving goalposts might do it for you, but I don't think it builds any longevity in the game. People are far more fair weather about retail, I think. They'll go play retail when retail's good, and they'll have no objections putting retail down the second that they've done the very basic stuff that they want to do. Which I think is fine if that's the picture you paint. My only real criticism is a lot of what Blizzard do with retail is they try and paint the picture of this is like a strong MMORPG. They're doing things for RPG reasons. But the reality is it doesn't feel like an RPG at all. Not in the slightest. There's almost nothing RPG-y about retail anymore. You basically get... And this is why the controversy over the last few days about the boost blows my mind. It shows just how... It shows you just how well Blizzard have done at capturing their target audience for retail. That they somehow have managed to get a vast majority of the player base to not only accept, but to actively promote selling a boost in an MMO. And that people are actually on Blizzard's side about selling a boost in an MMO. It's almost like people have forgotten what they've been sold, you know. That people are like, oh yeah, but like this gives players coming back the opportunity. No. The opportunity is still there. The opportunity is still there 12 months after an expansion has been out for somebody to dive in and to play the same game as everybody else. Selling somebody access to the end game content is a terrible. Like how anybody can back that as a good idea is beyond me. But like I said, it's more of a showcase of people are more than happy and more than, they're best pleased with what is going on in retail as an arcade experience. Like I said, I try not to claim that one is any better than the other, because they're both very different now, super different now. But you can't deny the fact that if you want the MMORPG experience, Classic offers that very well. If you want a arcadey loot simulator, retail is the best game on the market for that. So it's whatever floats your boat, really. Oh my god, the respawns. The respawns on that. Sheesh. How you doing, Pagbeer? Welcome in. You're on the other platform, my friend. I think I just don't enjoy the slower combat as much in Classic. The slower combat is there for a good reason, though. It's slower combat because you can survive pulling 2 mobs, but if you pull a 3rd, there's a strong chance you're dead, right? That's the kind of the... That's why I think having the Classic experience be slower works. Because if Classic was still at the same speed and same pace as what retail is, it would be brutal. Actually brutal. Blizzard was clever that they give you both factions. Both factions what they really want, so nobody can complain now. Well, this is it, right? This is what we were talking about earlier, that if Blizzard go the RuneScape and OSRS route with World of Warcraft, and if they can cash in on some easy to develop content for Classic to keep people busy, hopefully, hopium to the hills here. Hopefully, whilst they continue to work on what eventually might be a true WoW 2 with a new engine, with a more in tune with what everybody wants. Because I don't think there's anybody out there that would complain if they made Classic with a new engine, with 2024. With a handful of the quality of life features that are currently in retail, more systematic things, right? I'm not talking about implementing LFR. I'm not talking about implementing Group Finder, that sort of stuff. But just like little things, like the UI editor in retail now. It's really good. It cuts down on a lot of the add-ons you technically need to achieve a layout that is sort of good. That sort of quality of life features. There's nobody out there that couldn't state that. I mean, imagine if they did WoW in Unreal Engine 5. It would just be... I mean, the art team already pulls out the bag, right? The art team is literally what keeps people interested in this game sometimes. You see the new zones and they're beautiful, but they're still 12 polygons beautiful. They're not Unreal Engine 5 beautiful. Sure, would it mean that people would have to upgrade their potato PCs to play it? Yeah, but world moves on. Buy a new computer. I don't think I don't think game companies should choose to not do something because some people might not have the hardware to do it. No, that's just ludicrous. The new grinding of the Dragonflight professions once the new expansion is released would be painful. But none of it will matter. This is the thing. It doesn't matter if it's painful because it genuinely doesn't matter. What is there in Dragonflight right now that you'll care about once we're no longer in Dragonflight? There's practically nothing. Evade? What are you evading for? I was thinking about this the other day. What are we going to take from Dragonflight forward? What would we want to take from Dragonflight forward? And the honest answer is basically nothing. So whether they implement any form of catch-up or not for the Dragonflight stuff is... Stream sniped. Welcome in. I'm being rogued on. I'm being rogued. I'm being hunted. Hunted by a hunter. Shadow Meld, welcome in. I mean, completionists will have to do. You know, if you fall in the bracket of completionist, you've made your own bed, haven't you? Really, let's be real. You've made your bed, so you got to sleep in it at that point. There is never going to be any form of the game that they will actively implement directly for the benefit of completionists. If you want to do completionist content, you kind of signed up for the fact that it's going to be a grind, right? Was there one over here somewhere? Oh, maybe there was, but I've lost it. I enjoy the spark system to make strong crafting gear. Feels good to use it and fill out spots. I like that they've done so much right with the new crafting system. There's only a handful of very minor tweaks that I think really need to be made to it to really make it stand out well. I think one is they need to loosen up on the restriction of everything being bind on pickup. It makes no sense to me whatsoever that crafters invest all this time and effort to make gear and then they can't actively sell any of it, right? That half the point of the profession, one of the underlying rules of any of the professions is that you should be able to make some gear that other people want and be able to sell it to them. The restriction of making everything bind on pickup, in my eyes, was to heavily incentivize use of the work order system. Next expansion, we don't need that heavy incentivization anymore. People know what the work order system is. They know how it works. They know how to use it. That can be an assumption that Blizzard make then, which will hopefully mean that they can loosen up the strings on everything needing to be bind on pickup. They can be a little bit more open about allowing crafters to make basic versions of stuff that they can then sell. People, if they want, can then use their sparks to upgrade that basic item that they've bought to make it stronger. They can take it back to that profession guy and get them to upgrade it. That feels to me like the natural progression there. Things like inspiration was another one that was so very close to being good, but it was just, if anything, it was overpowered. I don't want to say removal of inspiration, but it needs to be nerfed by like 10x. Inspiration should be a 1 or 2% proc chance on crafting, not a 30-40% proc chance on crafting. That would mean that people would very quickly see an inspiration proc as a bonus rather than something that is mandatory, right? That you just re-roll a piece of gear 2 or 3 times and you'll get it inspiration procced and you'll get it at the higher quality. There's not that, that it's so simple and so easy that it becomes mandatory. And in a way, I think inspiration should, instead of giving you more skill, I should say it should probably add a tertiary stat to a piece of gear. I think having if you become inspired when crafting a piece of gear, maybe that piece then has, you know, plus avoidance, plus speed, plus leech or something on it instead, rather than being higher quality. Now, obviously, that makes inspiration slightly difficult when it comes to things like consumables, which you want consumables to be relatively flat value stuff. But still, I think that there are some things they could do to make inspiration worthwhile having, but they need to take away the outrageous strength that inspiration provided, I think. So just a couple of subtle changes, and it will make the whole system feel a lot more, you know, a lot more thorough. It will make the crafted gear you then put on the auction house worth a little bit more if it has the extra stats as well. Yeah, exactly. That's the point, right? If you make a base item that's got a tertiary stat on it, it's going to make those pieces a little bit more valuable. And that, you know, the value that can be obtained by that can then be, you know, if it's only a 1 or 2% chance that you get a thing, people aren't going to craft 50 of them. You know, that one piece with a tertiary stat is not going to be worth 50 times more. It does strictly just become a bonus then, for example, which I think is what inspiration always probably should have been. The problem is that, you know, by the time you've got 30% inspiration chance, it's just too much, right? It's within the realms that people just re-roll it 2 or 3 times and they get the best version of it, right? It means that it was too easy to get, because it meant that a non-inspiration procced piece of gear was trash, you know. Just put it in the bin. Too OP, people would demand full leech gear then, which would cost millions upon millions. No, because if people want that, then that's what they sign up for, right? It becomes a bonus, not the need. This is sort of one thing that I've thought about crafting in the first place, that anything below quality 5 is put it in the bin, trash, right? When the reality is quality 4 is pretty goddamn close, but because there's a min-max mindset, people are never going to min-max tertiaries. This is my point, because, you know, the theory being is that a tertiary stat is worth significantly less than even a secondary stat. That's kind of the point of them, right? But every single mythic raider would need full leech. No, they wouldn't. And if they want that, then that's what they sign up for. That's the point, right? That's that's a level of power that would be obtained and necessary by only a fraction of the player base. And if you want to spend 5 times, 10 times the amount on a single piece of gear, then that's your prerogative. But the gain that you get by that needs to be so minuscule. The problem is right now is any man and their dog can very quickly and easily request tier, you know, it's tier 5 or it's nothing. And it was the same with Shadowlands legendaries, that it was too easy to get access to a rank 7 legendary, and so if you didn't have a rank 7 legendary, you were a pleb. That was the problem. You need to make the best of the best difficult to achieve. And retail hasn't done that with the crafting system this expansion, even though the mindset was there to try and make it that way. That's what inspiration was. It was designed to be something to allow you to get the best of the best. But they made it too easy to get the best of the best. And you need to make the best of the best, but by such a very small fraction that only a percentage of, you know, it only matters to the people who it really matters for, and not everybody. Okay, there's a warlock over there that's absolutely shredding that other zone. I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here. Oh, I've pulled another one. Oops. No, because the raid would be too easy for people that have it and impossible for the people that don't have leech. You're putting way too much value on what leech actually offers. Irrespective of how the stats are balanced, my point is still the same. That the very best of the best gear should be a bonus to the people who acquire it. Because let's not forget, you have like 2 pieces of crafted gear. Top end mythic geared characters are not running around in full sets of crafted gear. So you're not going to have a full set of gear all with leech on it. That's just not going to happen. So I mean, from the point go, your argument's kind of a little bit invalidated there. But the strength of leech is never going to outweigh wearing a better itemized piece of gear. Crafted gear equally is never best in slot gear, or it very rarely is, and that's equally by design. These are literally insta spawning now. This is great. We've got many kills to be done here. Need to pull them out though, because otherwise they respawn right back on top of me. Nice. How are we doing actually leveling speed on this? We've been level 23 for half an hour now, and we're only a few bars in. This isn't actually super strong XP per hour, is it? It's not super high at all. It's good, but it's probably only comparable with questing. Might be because of being in a party of 2. Maybe. But I don't think that should make huge difference. The bonus should really be here, the fact that, you know, with 2 of you, it should be theoretically nearly impossible to die. Not that it actually is that way, but, you know, close to. You can be a touch more aggressive. Like what I've just done there. I've zoomed in and I suddenly realised I have literally no anything. I was like, oops, I've pulled and I have no mana. Alright, let's heal up a touch here. $50,000 cards to open? My lord, Drizzling Rose. You're still in the garrison? That's a lot of cards. That's a lot of flipping. Muchos flipping. You went from oh joy to oh dear. Oh, I got 20 seconds on my living flame. Has that warlock disappeared off the other zone? Maybe he has. I didn't use my living flame there. We can probably go again. If I let you chill over there. Right, now I'm in cooldown. Right, 30 seconds on my living flame. Maybe we can tag some. Clear up some of the stragglers. Oops, I've gone and pawned a dude. Right, I guess we're going then. And we're dead. Absolutely nuking. Okay, definitely need to heal up now though. $40 cards per day per toon. Yeah, I bet that adds up. That adds up pretty quickly, doesn't it? Do the maths on that times 50 characters or whatever. That adds up pretty quick. Mr. Warlock and Warrior. Oh no, there's a priest over there now. There's two of them over there killing all those dudes. Might wait a second, see if have we got anything green we disenchant. Picked up mostly trash so far. Gleaming Claymore of the Whale, Spirit Stamina. Disenchant that, nobody's going to need that. Fortified Cloak of Defense, nobody's going to need that. Nice. Cooking. Cooking with fire. What cards are we talking about? It's the oh my god, I can't even, the fortune cards. But the old school ones, the ones from the garrison. We're being invaded. Our spot's being invaded. Ring of the Moon? Rings? That's because we've got a hunter over here as well. Oh, it's getting crowded. It's getting crowded. Let's make some more food. Oh no, pet's dead. Good spot in Ashenvale, the Furball Den. 23, 24 in level. Many of them. Yeah, there's quite a good few spots, I think, for this sort of activity. When it comes to this sort of stuff, I tend to go with the theory that lower level mobs, because the XP drop-off isn't actually that disgusting. The XP per mob is less. Oh, this is dangerous, because I'm pulling everything now. The XP per mob is less when you're killing low-level characters, but they're usually much quicker and much easier to kill. Far less stress is the way I look at it. I'd much prefer to do something slow and steady that gets me there than do something 20 seconds faster but is much harder. I think I was still farming over in Westfall at level 22 for that exact reason. That I could run around the base of Westfall. Where's it gone? I could run around this bottom section in Westfall, killing all the mobs there. they were between level 16 to 19. So I was already like 3 levels above the highest. But for as long as they still gave me experience, it was all good. I just came here today to try this little spot out. I mean, this works nicely as well. The fact that they hyper spawn between the 2 spaces is nice. E-Tricks map. Oh, yeah, I've a lot of people use that one. Hillman's leather vest. Got that one. Got that one. Can't wait to grind out the mobs in Western Plaguelands Cave, and then the phase allows Goshek farm in Afrathi. This is one thing I'm missing, right? Obviously, not being much of a classic Andy over the years, I've totally forgotten all of the spots. Can easily earn the epic mount from just the cave in Western Plaguelands as a team of 2. This is partly the reason I wanted to get the Mage up. I know Mages are so strong in Classic that it seemed silly to not have a Mage, honestly. Especially when we go into phase 2 and it's all about Scarlet Monastery and just pulling the whole goddamn thing and AoEing it down. That's when, you know, mages really start to come into their own. Which I think will be quite fun. Nice. Equip. Oh, I've not got any rings on, actually. Yeah, that actually is an upgrade. Where did it go? I suppose anything is an upgrade when you've got nothing. Appreciate it. If Nomagon will be the next raid, what dungeon would you expect or want as a level 50 raid? It's a level 50 raid? I can't remember what's further up the list, but what's not at the top of the list. Zul'Farrak as a raid would be fucking incredible. I don't know where that sits in the list of... Sunken Temple is probably a good shout, actually, yeah. Or the Temple of whatever the hell they call it. Everybody knows it's Sunken Temple. Diamol, yeah. I mean, there's a few good because Diamol, obviously, because of the different wings, you could turn it into just one big raid. There is lots of good ones at the top. There's lots of good ones at the top, but at like level 50, I think Zul'Farrak's even too high, isn't it? Alderman clearly is the candidate for a level 50. I don't know. We'll see what they do. I'll be honest, I haven't done BRD yet, so... When thinking about it, it doesn't really need to be the normal level. Nomagon isn't really for level 40 people. Well, that's true. I mean, Nomagon's an interesting one anyway, because Nomagon is a very... I don't know. I don't like the place. It's got quite good lore to it, and I understand why it's cool, but it doesn't mean I have to like the place. Nomagon's a weird one. People either love it or they absolutely hate it. And I've always, rightly or wrongly, never liked Nomagon. I see why people like it, but that doesn't mean I like it. Don't really need Questy taking up half my screen either. I think it will be Sunken Temple as the 50 raid, but Zul'Farrak would also be an interesting one. Yeah, Sunken Temple kind of lends itself nicely to the raid because there's plenty of bosses already in there. Zul'Farrak, I don't think there's really enough, is there? When you think about it. There's only a handful of bosses in there, I suppose. Is he a straggler or what's he doing? He's lost his mind over there, that one. I'd say Sunken Temple for the same reason as Nomagon. It was divisive and used less, not generally popular with the community. Good chance for a bit of a revamp. But that's true. Nobody's going to really want to do those zones as dungeons. This is the thing, right? Can you imagine trying to find a dungeon group for Nomagon? Looking for Nomagon, absolutely, definitely no hunters. You can already see it now. No hunters allowed. It's yeah, it is a good opportunity to revamp it, I suppose. Give it a fresh lick of paint. Maybe people might gel. Well, you know, if you make it the raid, people have no choice, right? You're going to gel to it. Because if you want the best gear of that phase, there it is. I still have my Living Flame, but there's only 3 mobs up. It feels so stupid using it on 3 mobs. What we got over here? 3 mobs. How have we managed this then? How have we managed to have 3 mobs at both camps? How have we managed this then? It's because we need to pick stragglers up. With 2, you can kind of almost perma-weave these. Pull 4 at a time, alternate... Oh, you son of a... Let's get that Mystic out there real fast. Nice. touch more difficult with that caster stand in the middle, but even still, they seem to be clustered together a little bit more over here. I hope they'll change the old raids at 62, make the 40-man raids more like max 20 or even 10. 20-man raid would be nice as a hard 5-man dungeon with daily lockout. This is the thing that intrigues me about Season of Discovery, and why I think it's gelled with me quite well, is the fact that even though it's the 20-year-old version of the game, they're changing enough and they're mixing enough stuff up that it feels new to everybody, right? There's not some people that have a 20-year head start on understanding exactly how everything works. You can obviously, like, there is definitely some things, some advantages to be had, but for the most part, it's a little bit unknown for everybody, which in its own is kind of fun. This is getting a bit sketch if we're going to stand in the middle. What server was your Dragonflight tailoring leveling guide made on? It was made on the beta for Dragonflight, which is why I had access to all the cheap vendors at the time. You can still find all the cheap vendors on the PTR if you want to play around and test with things. They're usually in Orgrimmar or Stormwind. As a Season of Discovery, they could make one season, as example 3 months, and then change up the old dungeons into 10-man raids here and there. And when next season starts, turn the raid back to dungeons and make others. They could mess around, they could play with it, they could tweak it, they could tune it quite a lot. And I think this is kind of the direction they might go. Because it does kind of make sense that they do it that way. They like I said earlier, and I think I've said this about 4 times during the stream, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but they've clearly learned from... They've learned from Diablo 3 that if they repeat the same content and turn it into seasonal content and change just enough to bring everybody back and make everybody willing to do it again, then people will do it again. And for as long as people do it again, it means they'll continue subscribing. And for as long as they can continue subscribing, they continue making money. Rinse and repeat, you know. Buff yourself. Thanks. I entirely missed that. I'm such a terrible player. I hoovered under the bed like a real adult. Lord, you've seen my dogs. I can't get away with not hoovering under the bed. If I don't hoover under the bed, it looks like it gets very fluffy under there very fast. I want to buy a new bed though. I want a bed that isn't elevated off the floor because it annoys me that my dogs go under the bed, because everything under we don't keep anything under the bed, but it does mean that it's permanently fluffy. Where are you off to? Oh, I've pulled all of these with no mana. This could be interesting. Right, well, let's hold you there for a minute. I've done it with not only no mana, but no buff on me. What the hell was I doing? Oh, why the flippin' hell am I using piss and melon juice? No wonder I had no mana on me. Oops. Pissed in melon juice. Lovely. It would make bathroom time a touch more interesting, wouldn't it? Do you have a list of add-ons I use? I don't know. My add-ons change so very frequently depending on what character I'm playing, if I'm honest. But you can always be thankful to know that I use very, very few add-ons compared to a lot of other people. Most people often just ask me, what is that thing on your screen? It's usually the easier way. If you're intrigued. Spare a minute to help me get the Star Surge rune when I get to wetlands? Sure. No problem. Just screenshot the add-on screen. That's true. I should do just that. I've just remembered, actually, thinking about runes. The one thing I need to do is... yeah, I need to go get my mass regeneration rune. Being overzealous. Being overambitious. Although, 2 mages is an absolute powerhouse situation. Pissing melon juice would make Bear Grylls' channel his inner Gordon Ramsay. Delicious. Finally some good fucking food. That's a weird thought. Right, we got buffs back up? We got buffs back up. Whoa! That pawn was a touch sketchy. What did I do so wrong there? In fact, no, please don't answer that, because the answer's probably everything. Oh, look, a caterpillar gets to eat it. Bear Grylls is an interesting one. Wasn't it exposed that most of Bear Grylls stuff is just like complete BS? That, you know, he does a shoot and then he's off to a 5-star hotel. I mean, I can't see why you'd be surprised. I don't think he's actually sleeping in an elephant carcass or whatever the hell it was, but and nobody getting no paycheck going to be willing to make you do that sort of crazy stuff. I don't think. I suppose everybody's got a price though, right? The one Bear Grylls did in New Zealand was literally 20 meters from a main highway. Oh, so yeah, like totally in the wilderness. Totally in the wilderness, clearly. Yeah. Survival mode was strong with that one. Yeah, I always wonder about a lot of these kind of like survival-esque things. Just how legit they are. And I imagine the answer's probably not. Oh, I didn't mean to pull him. Well, I kind of did, but I didn't. How are we doing on this? 13k XP an hour. That's a group of 2. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not breaking records, but it's, you know, it's a steady, consistent, not dying. Oh my god, look at my bags. That might be our next plan, actually. It might be a good time to take a 10-minute break anyway. Holy smokeroonie, have I been live nearly 4 hours again already? I tell you what, time flies when you're doing this sort of stuff. I'm amazed I've kept conversation for that long, doing the same thing. Oh, we're going back. We're doing it again. Beautiful. Any new spells at 24? Yes. Arcane Missiles is the big one. That's really it, to be honest. And if I'm brutally honest, I barely ever use Arcane Missiles anyway, because it takes disgusting amount of mana. At rank 3, 235 mana to do 56 arcane damage. Yeah, that's... Ooh. Living Flame now benefits from and consumes Arcane Blast. Is that what the Mage change is? Okay, so it'll reset your... Oh, that's how people are going to try... Okay. Resets your Arcane Blast when you use it. But now benefits from Arcane Blast. That's going to make it do ludicrous things. Is it going to snapshot? Surely that means it's going to snapshot the damage from Arcane Blast. Which could mean that it's actually ridiculous. It will lead to a more constructive use of it. When to play it, when not to play it. Which I think is probably cool. One, two, three. I want to grab these before Hunter grabs them. Damn, he already got them. Alright, well, let's grab you then. I didn't even pop a buff on me then. Whew, I'm getting slack. I'm slacking. Oh dear God, they spawned like 12 on me. Low on mana all of a sudden. Don't forget to camp your mage out in Darnassus for server up tomorrow to get the new recipes, assuming they're vendor sold and not trained. There's new, yeah, somebody said there's new tailoring recipes. I'm not even maxed out with tailoring yet. What am I? 125? I'm at the point where I need a lot of silk. A lot more than I have. Oh! Well, there's some silk. Appreciate it. I don't necessarily say these things as a direct please give me, but I appreciate all donations in any form they so come. Tailors may learn and craft Invoker's Cord and Invoker's Mantle. Both grant additional spell damage and healing. These recipes can be purchased from Boyer in Orgrimmar or Aluna in Darnassus. Okay. Interesting. Wonder if there'll be limited quantity items. If I get tailoring up on this dude, I also want, due to the fact that this character is likely to end up doing more of my farming than any other character, I reckon, I want enchanting leveled up on this dude. It means we can disenchant any random trash we come across. That's the main purpose for having enchanting. I'm probably not going to do too much actual enchanting, if you know what I mean, because it feels a touch too much like work orders, but we'll for sure take advantage of enchanting later on down the lines. I need one more character that's going to pick up blacksmithing, probably a paladin. Are my bags full? My bags are full. Let's start pruning. Yeah, it won't be too long before we have access, at least, to the full suite of stuff. Full suite of professions. Wrapping up Christmas gifts, doing the craft all on my tunes, 800 cards whilst doing IRL chores, lazy goal making for the win. Definitely. That arguably that's kind of the way that retail's going. That just the more time you can throw at something. I mean, we saw this with vendor shuffles, right? Vendor shuffles were obviously the epitome of this. You calculated it to the point of like, if you spend this much time doing this, then this is what you achieve, sort of thing. But that sort of passive AFK way of making gold is pretty optimal in retail right now. This is pretty smooth though at the moment. Slow and steady is the way I prefer to do it. Slow and steady is generally better. 13 odd K XP an hour is not too bad. I mean, obviously, it'd be nicer if it was substantially more, but this is almost foolproof at the moment, which is what I like. And we seem to almost be able to alternate living flames. Oh, I haven't got my buff on. Nice. What rotation are you using for your mage farming? Make sure the healing thing is up, living bomb on everything, flame, and then spam arcane explosion. I use living bomb way more than I should do. I use living bomb predominantly for pulling. 94 mana a time though. I use it too much. I don't strictly need to use living bomb as much. But yes, regeneration on yourself, so that you have any arcane damage you do heals you. I use living bomb a touch to pull things. When it's off cooldown, using living flame. Living flame actually does the vast majority of your damage. I tend to use blink a little bit occasionally to get places and get a bit of distance between me. And then things die. And then, you know, when you've got things dying, a bit of arcane explosion to keep your healing topped up. But honestly, although I spam arcane explosion more than I probably spam any other button, it does the least for me. Did you see that arcane ones now will heal you? Yeah, that's why I've got Cookie's stirring rod. Does fast arcane damage. So that's kind of helpful. Yeah, it's not so much of a rotation per se. And you can be a bit ballsy sometimes. You don't need to be quite so cautious. You quite quickly learn what the respawn speed is on these, which is practically instant. This is why we pull them out of the center area, because if you stand in the center area whilst DPSing, you'll have them respawn on top of you, and that's not fun. Oh, you got your Rune of Stars. Only took 5 deaths. Oh, congratulations. Pull him out, pull him out, pull him out. I think Living Bomb actually does quite a lot of my damage. But like I said, I actually use Living Bomb way too much. You should use Living Bomb maybe to pull the stragglers. Otherwise, you just naturally aggro half of them. Ah, I missed one at the back. Is he coming? He's coming. Beautiful. But 1, 2, 3, 5 bars to go. 5 bars to go. Right, we'll get to, what's it claim? It claims it's going to take us 32 minutes to level up. I don't think it's going to take me quite that long. We have been level 23 for just over an hour, though. Who's this? A dwarf paladin's coming to say hi. Can we snag all... Yeah, can we snag aggro and everything? No, 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 you come here. I see what that dude tried to do. Pally's about to go roll a mage. Not happening. Not happening. Keep my mana up for the next pull. If Living Flame's getting a buff tomorrow, that's actually wild. Living Flame doesn't seem like the bit. Well, I guess in the way that I'm using Living Flame, it doesn't feel like it should need a buff, but sheeps. Okay, just gonna pew him down. I'm on cooldown for my Living Flame anyway, so. I think my plan for my mage is probably ding 25, then go... This sounds odd, right? But then go and do all of the quests I would have done up until level 25 anyway. Because otherwise they'll get left for dust, right? I think going through and actually... Because I'll get the advantage of having the gold from them as well, which will be nice. That can then be used to finish off leveling tailoring. That gold can also be used to finish off leveling enchanting. I say finish off. That's probably a little bit too much like wishful thinking, but let's get rid of some of these greys. I need some bag space, believe it or not. Two mobs. I'm not going in on two mobs. I refuse. Mage will have plenty of options for AoE farms going up to 40 anyway. Yeah, this also means I can do all of the quests from like level 20 up to 25 to farm them for bonus gold. I can also then go past and do all of the quests easily up to like level 30, I suspect. Harvest those for gold as well. Because you're right, the chances are that this character will probably continue in the same fashion up to 40. Another 15 levels for doing some more AoE farming is probably what will happen. I would hazard a guess. 9 seconds on Living Flame. This paladin's doing stuff. We'll let him do stuff. We can, yeah. Let's head over the other side. I'm very, very much in need of, after these 4 bars, making a trip back to town. Ah, looks like this side is being camped also. It's not really surprising. A hyperspawn at this sort of level is going to draw attention, clearly. I'd like to do alchemy herbalism on something, but I might do a double gathering druid and just chuck alchemy on something else. Well, I know categorically that I'm never, like, I don't whilst, okay, let's put some words together in English maybe. Double gathering is less optimal in classic than it is in retail. Simply because what you tend to find is that ore is dotted around the edge of the zones. Herbs tend to not be dotted around the edge of the zones, not anywhere near as much. Herbs tend to be in the middle of the zones. Because you're restricted on your movement, you're not flying anywhere near as fast. It's not as easy to make a direct route that naturally follows both ore and herbs. So this is why in Classic you can get away with having just one gathering profession. The reality is, though, that gathering is always going to be a investment of time. Sure, you can make some make some coin whilst gathering, but I still like to I prefer to leave others to do the gathering, and I'll buy their materials at competitive rates. That's kind of my approach. But equally, there's no denying that farming is the best way of getting rich quickly. In Classic, at least.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
I've just realised I've got no buffs, no health, no nothing. I'm very sorry for that atrocious pull there. I don't know what I was thinking. In fact, the reality was I wasn't thinking. We've lost Manthe, never going to come back to retail. No, I definitely am, and appreciate the tier 1, Mr. Norton. Welcome in. We're just having quite a lot of fun playing this right now. This is much less amusing for me at the moment. Right, let's actually buff up after our last whoopsie-doo. Could do with less whoopsie-doos, preferably. 3.5 bars until I can take a quick break. Let's trash off some basic inventory slots. Hook, dagger of agility. Disenchant that, I suppose. Is that a 0 on my bags? Pretty much. Why is that sound haunting me? Oh, it's Priest's problem, not mine. Will help. Oh no, no, we snagged them. Finding any handy one-handed weapons, level 17 plus? Actually, less greens than I expected, to be honest. I can't help but feel that Blizzard are closely paying attention to these spots that are being hyper-farmed like this. I don't believe that the loot is the same as what it was when the game came out. I think they're very carefully fine-tuning spots that get a little bit OP. The first few days there was people getting like multiple blues like per hour, which doesn't seem to be the case anymore. It makes sense, right? You want the rarest stuff on something that is actually relatively rare. If you have like super rare items dropping off hyperspawns, they kind of stop being rare and stop being valuable quite quickly. This spot over here definitely seems a touch more difficult to dominate, because there's there seems to be quite as many mobs to tag. Oh, I'm out of mana again. I'm seriously not paying attention right now. And then I do stupid things like this. For me, honestly, playing Classic right now, touching back to the whole we've lost him, he's never coming back to retail. This, for me, feels very much like getting a fix from playing Factorio for a week or something. There's no denying retail is and probably always will be like my number one. But there's nothing negative about taking a small vacation to go play something else for, you know, a week or two. Even though it shares the Warcraft name, it's not strictly the it's hardly the same game. Boom. Gonna hit 2500 in Mythic Plus, get an achievement, and then give Season of Discovery a chance. It's well worth it. I know I'm probably quite heavily biased in that regard, but it's well worth it. It's different enough so that even if you weren't a true classic fanboy previously, it's a pretty solid, enjoyable 50 hours of an RPG, right? It just is. Even if you ignore the fact that it's World of Warcraft for a minute, that is still the case. It's you know, it's a good 50 hours of fun, which you can't really argue about a good 50 hours of fun from a game that, if you've already got a World of Warcraft subscription, is free to play. Like, where's the downside, you know? Red sweatshirt days are my best days. You might notice it's a different red sweatshirt, by the way. It's because I have too many red sweatshirts, truth be told. This is quite an old one, though. By this point, I should have got the Christmas jump on the go, shouldn't I, really? I didn't think too much about that. Do you think they'll keep token for gold in Cataclysm? Yep. Yeah. It's one of those changes that once they do it, they can't go back from. Now they've done it, it's there. They can't magically... They're not going to magically take the token out. Whatever decision needed to be made for them to add the token to regular Classic in the first place, there's no... That's not an undo button, in my opinion. There's... It's a definitive change. Once it's done, it's done. It goes to show, though, where there isn't a token, just how aggressive and how fast the botting problem is. Blizzard's... and I think this is where Blizzard kind of needs to switch their focus. Now, this has been suggested by many people, so this is not like something new, revolutionary here. But the fact that a lot of people have said that it would be better off if Blizzard were to go after the gold buyers rather than the sellers, I find it hard to disagree with, because truth be told, if you get rid of the buyers, you've got rid of the sellers in a roundabout way. Because soon as sellers stop having, you know, soon as Blizzard paints the picture that if you buy gold, you get permabanned, no messing, no slaps on the wrists, no get out of jail free cards. If you buy gold, you get permabanned. Soon as they take that approach, then the need for the bots dissipates very quickly. Now, you can argue it just pushes it more underground than it already is, and some people take the risk. But if some people take the risk, they'll take the risk. The problem is with Season of Discovery, the bot problem was far too loose, far too just kind of like, oh, if you just, you know, if you need gold, just buy gold. If you need gold, just buy gold. You know, no, zero repercussions. What's the worst that can happen, sort of thing. They have to, if they really want to, if they do genuinely want to deal with the bot problem, as gross as it sounds, they need to attack the buyers. If you buy gold and you get caught buying gold, permaban. Simple. There is no legitimate way to buy gold in the game. So if you get caught doing it, permaban. If you scare the living Christ into enough of the player base to buy gold, then it kills it kills the bots market. It doesn't kill the bots market completely, because of course buying gold is not the only thing that bots do. It pushes them more in a direction of things like level boosts and stuff. You're never going to truly combat them, because when there's something that somebody will pay for, there'll be somebody there ready and waiting to sell it. But I do think a good start is to put stronger repercussions on the people that give these bots a reason to exist. It's kind of shocking that the whole soda pop-in thing, that he got, caught buying gold. I mean, he definitely didn't farm all his gold, so how did he get it otherwise? It wasn't, it wasn't rocket science, right? But the fact that he didn't get his character banned or deleted or anything, they took away his gold, is like pathetic. They need to be much, much harsher on that sort of thing. The guild I reported with dozen of level 70 druids with the same same herbalism achievements are still there. Yeah, I like... Blizzard do need to change their approach to bots, because it's at a point now where their argument of that they can only ban in waves to play the game of cat and mouse, it's a valid argument, but I don't think it's an argument that really works. If that's your argument for banning in waves, that's great for as long as it works, but it's clearly not working. So you need another approach. Kind of my idea. It's good having a plan. It's good having an action in place. But if that doesn't work, you got to try something different. Four, three, two, one. Oh, it was another sneaky fella. I have a content preposition for your channel. Make some vids on goal making for Cataclysm in the future. We'll see. I've not played any of the classics. I've not played Wrath. I didn't play BC. I barely touched classic. Season of Discovery is the first old school game mode that's really grabbed me. Prior to this, I had some desire to try out hardcore because I like the permadeath side of it. I think it means that the player base might some of the sweaty classic mindset and tactics might dissipate a touch if the if permadeath is a thing, Unfortunately, I don't think hardcore really got the look in it deserves almost, because Season of Discovery came out too quick. It was actually super surprising at BlizzCon that they were like, oh yeah, by the way, Season of Discovery will be out in December. It's like, what? You've just launched hardcore 3 months ago. I was expecting hardcore. I was expecting Season of Discovery for what Blizzard would use to, keep people busy during the alpha and beta for retail. I really didn't expect them to go so quick into Season of Discovery. Right, 1 bar, and then it's time for a break. It's time to empty bags. It'll be time to take a bathroom break myself. I really feel that Blizzard makes bad timings about stuff. I don't know. They needed... I think I know why they've really... You know, they clearly had this game mode in the bag already. I think they were working on this way before Hardcore came along. And then all of a sudden they got the... You know, the community made the desire for Hardcore to be a thing. And all of a sudden Blizzard were like, fucking yes, please, we'll have some of that money. I think they were probably planning on Season of Discovery. They probably had this in the bag when Season of Mastery was a thing, right? This was probably the next thing. Hardcore is the bonus thing that came about that they were just lucky to be, you know, they were literally handed an ace card, right, with Hardcore. I don't think there was any real plans for Hardcore from their side. This was the next logical step for them, and because it was ready and they planned for it to be ready in and around for when the festive period is, I think it just worked. So I think it just worked. The fact that they've overlapped a little bit more than some people would have liked, you know, more content's better than less content, right? Which means they probably have Season of Discovery content pathed out for the next few months anyway. Hardcore's just a bonus. A happy accident, if you will. I think that's probably the case. BlizzCon ticket, buy it. 1 week later, year sub offer. 1 week later, here's the next expansion, 3-day early access, buy it. Here's the new mount for Classic Cataclysm, buy it. Yeah, Blizzard are not... People are... They are definitely not scared about asking people for money anymore. Should we get the last half bar on the way to the city? I might actually, because I dinged 24, go as far as porting to Stormwind. And I might take a little bit more than just a break. I might finish it there for today. Simply because we've already been live over 4 hours. And I'm hungry. So I'll probably get the last bar and then Hearth. Fight a little bit for tags at the moment by the looks of things. Have I got... Oh no, I've blown my load already. Watch them break records on their quarterly report with the investors. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me. This is why any speculations of the new expansion for retail coming out in the summer felt iffy. Felt very iffy because the Blizzard have to have a monster of a fourth quarter every year, and they structure everything around that, right? Call of Duty release and a World of Warcraft expansion every other is their absolute fourth quarter cash cow. They kind of can't go without doing that. Or if they don't do that, they have to have a really good reason why they're not doing that. So this is why The War Within will come out in November next year. It'll a fourth quarter release. Bish bash bosh. Print money. Happy days. I've pulled a bunch of mobs and I've got no mana. What am I doing? What am I doing? New Hearthstone expansion. I don't keep my eyes on Hearthstone anywhere near enough to know what they're doing. Bad timing. Should have waited at least 1 month for the 1 year sub. Shouldn't have had a BlizzCon ticket at all this year. Put the stuff you got in the December trading post in-game shop later on. This is why you got to be like, Blizzard have figured out FOMO. Blizzard have figured out that FOMO is a thing, and it seems to have been pretty strong in their marketing goals over the last 12, 24 months to use FOMO to their best advantage. I mean, the trading post is literally just a FOMO simulator. You know, have this now, otherwise you may not get this. Like, you literally cannot be more FOMO inducing than what the trading post is. And obviously that then leads to, as we said from the very beginning, and I got hate from every angle of, you know, people claiming that it wouldn't become a cash shop thing, it wouldn't become a pay to win thing. Look how many times they've tried to sell us tendies this year. I am actually slightly surprised. I called it that we'd get a big dick tender. I mean, there's still time, but I called it that there'd be a big dick tender purchase option in the store for Christmas. We haven't seen it yet. It's, you know, Christmas is technically next week, so there's nothing to say that they couldn't do something. But I was expecting a 30, 40, maybe even 50 euro bundle bonus transmog tendy option for Christmas. Because they don't have an expansion to sell, I was like, surely if they don't have an expansion to sell, they're going to want to do something. Ian came out in public to see there won't be tendy sales anymore for a while. We'll see. Okay. We ding 24. We ding 24. I think that is me done for the day, or at least the afternoon anyway. I'm getting a touch hungry. Celtic, big shout out to you. Thank you very much, my man. Appreciate the running around, killing things. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. I will probably do the last level maybe this evening. It's Wednesday tomorrow, isn't it? Dare I say it, we should probably play some retail. We should probably play some retail. We'll see, we'll see. Wednesday, we might do a bit of a bonus bumper stream tomorrow. Wednesday, I often, well, not often, but I tend to pencil in Wednesday as a day where I might do a double stream anyway. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what some retail Winter Veil, possibly. That's a good call, actually. There's probably still stuff in for Winter Veil I haven't done. It's it's one of the festive seasons which I tend to accidentally miss because of Christmas, kind of getting in the way. So maybe we'll see. We'll see. Let me half my ass all the way back to Stormwind. Need to clear some bags, need to empty some, pick up some skills, the likes. But thank you all for joining today, boys and girls. In a way, I kind of apologise that all we did was stand and grind mobs for most of the stream today. But I appreciate the conversation, I appreciate the company, I hope you enjoyed. We'll be back again tomorrow. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Come say hi over on the Discord, press all the buttons, you know the score. I'll see you next time. Peace.